Romans 16, the cat, the weasel, and the young rabbit. John Rabbit's palace underground was once by Goody Weasel found. She, sly of heart, resolved to seize the place, and did so at her ease. She took possession while its lord was absent on the dewy sward, intent upon his usual sport, a courtier at Aurora's court. When he had browsed his fill of clover and cut his pranks all nicely over, home Johnny came to take his drowse, all snug within his cellar house. The weasel's nose he came to see, outsticking through the open door. Ye gods of hospitality! Exclaimed the creature, vexed sore, must I give up my father's lodge, ho? Madam Weasel, please to budge, or quicker than a weasel's dodge I'll call the rats to pay their grudge. The sharp-nosed lady made reply, that she was first to occupy. The cause of war was surely small a house where one could only crawl, and though it were a vast domain, said she, I'd like to know what will could grant to John perpetual reign, the son of Peter or of Bill, more than to Paul or even me. John Rabbit spoke great lawyer he of custom, usage, as the law whereby the house from sire to son, as well as all its store of straw from Peter came at length to John. Who could present a claim so good as he the first possessor could? Now, said the dame, let's drop dispute, and go before Ramonagarbus, who'll judge not only in this suit, but tell us truly whose the globe is. This person was a hermit cat, a cat that played the hypocrite, a saintly mouser, sleek and fat, an arbiter of keenest wit. John Rabbit and the judge concurred, and off went both their case to broach before his majesty, the furred. Said Clapperclaw, my kits, approach and put your noses to my ears, I'm deaf almost by weight of years. And so they did, not fearing aught. The good apostle, Clapperclaw, then laid on each a well-armed paw, and both to an agreement brought, by virtue of his tusked jaw. This brings to mind the fate of little kings, before the great. Fables of Bidpai, the Rat and the Cat. In Knatchbull's English edition it will be found at p. 275. Also in the Lockman collection, Ramonagarbus. This name occurs in Rabelais Book 3 ch. Where, however, it is not the name of a cat, but of a poet understood to be meant for Guillaume Cretin, who lived in the times of Kings Charles Roman VIII, Louis Roman XII, and Francis I. C. Note to Bone's edition of Rabelais. Romans 17, the head and the tail of the serpent. 2 parts the serpent has of men, the enemies the head and tail. The same have won a mighty fame, next to the cruel fates, so that indeed, hence they once had great debates about precedence. The first had always gone ahead, the tail had been forever led, and now to heaven it prayed and said, Oh, many and many a league, dragged on in sore fatigue, behind his back I go, shall he forever use me so? Am I his humble servant? No. Thanks to God most fervent. His brother I was born, and not his slave forlorn. The self-same blood in both, I'm just as good as he, a poison dwells in me as virulent as doth in him. In mercy, heed, and grant me this decree, that I in turn may lead my brother, follow me, my course shall be so wise that no complaint shall rise. With cruel kindness, heaven granted the very thing he blindly wanted. To such desires of beasts and men, though often deaf, it was not then. At once this novel guide, that saw no more in broad daylight than in the murk of darkest night, his powers of leading tried, struck trees and men and stones and bricks, and led his brother straight to Styx. And to the same unlovely home, some states by such an error come. Plutarch's Lives, Agas, the fable of the servant, enforcing the moral that you cannot have the same man both for your governor and your slave. an ancient mistake in natural history translator. Roman 18, an animal in the moon. While one philosopher affirms that by our senses we're deceived, another swears, in plainest terms, the senses are to be believed. The twain are right. Philosophy correctly calls us dupes whene'er upon mere senses we rely. But when we wisely rectify the raw report of eye or ear, by distance, medium, circumstance, in real knowledge we advance. These things hath nature wisely planned, whereof the proof shall be at hand. I see the sun. Its dazzling glow seems but a handbreadth here below, but should I see it in its home, that azure, star-besprinkled dome of all the universe the eye, its blaze would fill one half the sky. The powers of trigonometry have set my mind from blunder free. The ignorant believe it flat, I make it round instead of that. I fasten, fix, on nothing ground it, and send the earth to travel round it. In short, I contradict my eyes, and sift the truth from constant lies. The mind, not hasty at conclusion, resists the onset of illusion, forbids the sense to get the better, and ne'er believes it to the letter. Between my eyes, perhaps too ready, and ears as much or more too slow, a judge with balance true and steady, I come, at last, some things to know. Thus when the water crooks a stick, my reason straightens it as quick kind mistress reason foe of error, and best of shields from needless terror. The creed is common with our race, the moon contains a woman's face, true. No. Whence then the notion from mountain top to ocean? The roughness of that satellite, its hills and dales of every grade, effect a change of light and shade deceptive to our feeble sight, so that, besides the human face, all sorts of creatures one might trace. Indeed, a living beast, I ween, has lately been by England seen. All duly placed the telescope, and keen observers full of hope, an animal entirely new, in that fair planet, came to view. Abroad and fast the wonder flew. Some change had taken place on high, presaging earthly changes nigh. Perhaps, indeed, it might betoken the wars that had already broken out wildly o'er the continent. The king to see the wonder went. As patron of the sciences, no right to go more plain than his. To him, in turn, distinct and clear, this lunar monster did appear. A mouse, between the lenses caged, had caused these wars, so fiercely waged. No doubt the happy English folks laughed at it as the best of jokes. How soon will Mars afford the chance for like amusements here in France? He makes us reap broad fields of glory. Our foes may fear the battleground, for us it is no sooner found than Louis, with fresh laurels crowned, bears higher up our country's story. The daughters, too, of memory, the pleasures and the graces still show their cheering faces. We wish for peace, but do not sigh. The English Charles the secret knows to make the most of his repose. And more than this, he'll know the way, by valor, working sword in hand, to bring his sea-encircled land to share the fight it only sees today. Yet, could he but this quarrel quell, what incense clouds would grateful swell? What deed more worthy of his fame, Augustus, Julius Bray, which Caesar's name shines now on story's page with purest flame? O people happy in your sturdy hearts, say, when shall peace pack up these bloody darts, and send us all, like you, to softer arts? This fable is founded on a fact which occurred in the experience of the astronomer Sir Paul Neal, a member of the Royal Society of London. Translator. Sir Paul Neal, whose lapsus suggested this fable, thought he had discovered an animal in the moon. Unluckily, however, after having made his discovery known, It was found that the ground of it was simply the accidental presence of a mouse in the object glass of his telescope. Samuel Butler, the author of Hudibras, has also made fun of this otherwise rather tragical episode in the early history of the Royal Society of London, vide his Elephant in the Moon. One philosopher, Democritus, the so-called laughing or scoffing philosopher. He lived BC about 400 years. Fable Roman 26, Book 8, is devoted to him and how he was treated by his contemporaries, another Epicurus, founder of the Epicurean philosophy. He lived BC about 300 years. Water crooks a stick in allusion to the bent appearance which a stick has in water, consequent upon the refraction of light. The wars. This fable appears to have been composed about the beginning of the year 1677. The European powers then found themselves exhausted by wars and desirous of peace. England, the only neutral, became, of course, the arbiter of the negotiations which ensued at Nijmegen. All the belligerent parties invoked her mediation. Charles Roman II, however, felt himself exceedingly embarrassed by his secret connections with Louis Roman XIV, which made him desire to prescribe conditions favorable to that monarch, while, on the other hand, he feared the people of England. If treacherous to her interests, he should fail to favor the nations allied and combined against Fran's translator. Vide Hume, who also says that the English king had actually in secret sold his neutrality to France, and he received remittances of 1,000,000 livres a year, which was afterwards increased to 2,000,000 livres, a considerable sum in the embarrassed state of his revenue. Hume's Hist. England, Bell's Edit, 1854, Volume Roman 6, p. 242. Julius Augustus Caesar, was eminent for his pacific policy, as Julius Caesar was eminent for his warlike policy. Book 8. I Death and the Dying. Death never taketh by surprise the well-prepared, to wit, the wise they knowing of themselves the time to meditate the final change of clime. That time, alas, embraces all which into hours and minutes we divide. There is no part, however small, that from this tribute one can hide. The very moment, oft, which bids the heirs of empire see thee light, is that which shuts their fringed lids in everlasting night. Defend yourself by rank and wealth, plead beauty, virtue, youth, and health. Unblushing death will ravish all, the world itself shall pass beneath his pall. No truth is better known, but truth to say, no truth is oftener thrown away. A man, well in his 2nd century, complained that death had called him suddenly, had left no time his plans to fill, to balance books or make his will. O death, said he, d'ye call it fair without a warning to prepare to take a man on lifted leg? Oh, wait a little while, I beg. My wife cannot be left alone, I must set out my nephew's son, and let me build my house a wing before you strike, O cruel king. Old man, said Death, one thing is sure, my visit here's not premature. Hast thou not lived a century? Darest thou engage to find for me? In Paris walls 2 older men has France, among her millions 10. Thou say'st I should have sent thee word thy lamp to trim, thy loins to gird, and then my coming had been meet thy will engrossed, thy house complete. Did not thy feelings notify, did not they tell thee thou must die? Thy taste and hearing are no more, thy sight itself is gone before, for thee the sun superfluous shines, and all the wealth of Indian mines. thy mates I've shown thee dead or dying. What's this, indeed, but notifying? Come on, old man, without reply, for to the great and common weal it doth but little signify whether thy will shall ever feel the impress of thy hand and seal. And death had reason ghastly sage, for surely man, at such an age, should part from life as from a feast, returning decent thanks, at least, to him who spread the various cheer, and unrepining take his beer, for shun it long no creature can. Repinest thou, grey-headed man, see younger mortals rushing by to meet their death without a sigh, death full of triumph and of fame, but in its terrors still the same. But ah, my words are thrown away, those most like death most dread his sway. Abstemious. Roman 2, the Cobbler and the Financier. A cobbler sang from morn till night. 'Twas sweet and marvellous to hear, his trills and quavers told the ear of more contentment and delight, enjoyed by that laborious wight than e'er enjoyed the sages 7, or any mortals short of heaven. His neighbour, on the other hand, with gold in plenty at command, but little sang, and slumbered less a financier of great success. If ere he dozed at break of day, the cobbler's song drove sleep away, and much he wished that heaven had made sleep a commodity of trade, in market sold, like food and drink, so much an hour, so much a wink. At last our songster did he call to meet him in his princely hall. Said he, "Now, honest Gregory, what may your yearly earnings be?" "My yearly earnings." "Faith, good sir, I never go at once so far," the cheerful cobbler said, and queerly scratched his head. "I never reckon in that way, but cobble on from day to day, content with daily bread." "Indeed? Well, Gregory, pray, what may your earnings be per day?" "Why, sometimes more and sometimes less." "The worst of all, I must confess, and but for which our gains would be a pretty sight indeed to see, is that the days are made so many in which we cannot earn a penny, the sorest ill the poor man feels. They tread upon each other's heels, those idle days of holy saints, and though the year is shingled o'er, the parson keeps a finding more." With smiles provoked by these complaints, replied the lordly financier, "I'll give you better cause to sing. These £100 I hand you here will make you happy as a king. Go, spend them with a frugal heed, they'll long supply your every need." The cobbler thought the silver more than he had ever dreamed before, the mines for ages could produce, or world with all its people use. He took it home, and there did hide, and with it laid his joy aside. No more of song, no more of sleep, but cares, suspicions in their stead, and false alarms, by fancy fed. His eyes and ears their vigils keep, and not a cat can tread the floor but seems a thief slipped through the door at last, poor man. Up to the financier he ran, then in his morning nap profound. "Oh, give me back my songs," cried he, "and sleep, that used so sweet to be, and take the money, every pound." The parson keeps a finding more. Under the old regime of France, the parish priest of each church had usually every Sunday, at sermon time, to announce more than one religious fast or feast for the coming week, which the poor at least were expected to observe. Roman 3, the lion, the wolf, and the fox. A lion, old and impotent with gout, would have some cure for age found out. Impossibilities on all occasions with kings are rank abominations. This king from every species for each abounds in every sort called to his aid the leeches. They came in throngs to court from doctors of the highest fee to nostrum quacks without degree, advised, prescribed, talked learnedly, but with the rest came not Sir Cunning Fox, M.D. Sir Wolf the royal couch attended, and his suspicions there expressed. Forthwith his majesty, offended, resolved Sir Cunning Fox should come, and sent to smoke him from his home. He came, was duly ushered in, and knowing where Sir Wolf had been, said, "Sire, your royal ear has been abused, I fear, by rumors false and insincere, to wit, that I've been self-exempt from coming here, through sheer contempt. But sire, I've been on pilgrimage, by vow expressly made, your royal health to aid, and on my way met doctors sage, in skill the wonder of the age, whom carefully I did consult about that great debility termed in the book senility, of which you fear with reason the result. You lack, they say, the vital heat, by age extreme become a feat. Drawn from a living wolf, the hide should warm and smoking be applied. The secret's good, beyond a doubt, for nature's weak and wearing out. Sir Wolf here won't refuse to give his hide to cure you, as I live." The king was pleased with this advice. Flayed, jointed, served up in a trice, Sir Wolf first wrapped the monarch up, then furnished him whereon to sup. "Beware, ye courtiers, lest ye gain, by slander's arts, less power than pain, for in the world where ye are living a pardon no one thinks of giving." Aesop also bid pay and Lockman. Roman 4, the power of fables. To M. de Barrelin. Can diplomatic dignity to simple fables condescend? Can I your famed benignity invoke, my muse an ear to lend? If once she dares a high intent, will you esteem her impudent? Your cares are weightier, indeed, than listening to the sage debates of rabbit or of weasel states. So, as it pleases, burn or read, but save us from the woeful harms of Europe roused in hostile arms. That from 1,000 other places our enemies should show their faces may well be granted with a smile. But not that England's isle our friendly kings should set their fatal blades to whet. Comes not the time for Louis to repose? What Hercules, against these hydra foes, would not grow weary? Must new heads oppose his ever-waxing energy of blows? Now, if your gentle, soul-persuasive powers, as sweet as mighty in this world of ours, can soften hearts and lull this war to sleep, I'll pile your altars with 100 sheep. And this is not a small affair for a Parnassian mountaineer. Meantime, if you have time to spare, accept a little incense cheer. A homely but an ardent prayer and tale in verse I give you here. I'll only say the theme is fit for you, with praise, which envy must confess to worth like yours is justly due, no man on earth needs propping less. In Athens, once that city fickle, an orator, awake to feel his country in a dangerous pickle, would sway the proud republic's heart, discoursing of the common weal as taught by his tyrannic art. The people listened not a word. Meanwhile the orator recurred to bolder tropes enough to rouse the dullest blocks that e'er did drowse. He clothed in life the very dead, and thundered all that could be said. The wind received his breath as to the ear of death. That beast of many heads and light, the crowd, accustomed to the sound, was all intent upon a sight, a brace of lads in mimic fight. A new resource the speaker found. Ceres, in lower tone said he, went forth her harvest fields to sea and eel, as such a fish might he and swallow were her company. A river checked the travellers three. Two crossed it soon without ado, the smooth eel swam, the swallow flew, outcried the crowd with voices loud, and Ceres what did she? Why, what she pleased. But first yourselves she justly cursed a people puzzling your brains with children's tales and children's play, while Greece puts on her steel array, to save her limbs from tyrant chains. Why ask you not what Philip does? At this reproach the idle buzz fell to the silence of the grave, or moonstruck sea without a wave, and every eye and ear awoke to drink the words the patriot spoke. This feather stick in Fable's cap. We're all Athenians, mayhap and I, for one, confess the sin, for, while I write this moral here, if one should tell that tale so queer yclept, I think, the ass's skin, I should not mind my work a pin. The world is old, they say. I don't deny it, but infant still in taste and will woer would teach must gratify it. M. de Barillon, ambassador to the court of St. James, translator. M. de Barillon was a great friend of La Fontaine and also of other literary lights of the time, and lull this war to sleep the Parliament of England was determined that in case Louis Roman XIV did not make peace with the allies Charles Roman II, should join them to make war on France, translator and orator Demades, translator, that beast of many heads Horace, speaking of the Roman people, said, Bellua multorum est capitum. Pissed. I, Book 1, 76 translator, Philip of Macedon, then at war with the Greeks. The Ass's Skin, an old French nursery tale so called. La Fontaine's views on the power of fables are further given in Fable I, Book 2, Fable I, Book 3, Fable I, Book 5, Fable I, Book 6, the introduction to Book 7, and Fable I, Book 9. V. The Man and the Flea. Impertinent, we tease and weary heaven with prayers which would insult mere mortals even. 'Twould seem that not a god in all the skies from our affairs must ever turn his eyes, and that the smallest of our race could hardly eat or wash his face, without, like Greece and Troy for 10 years' space, embroiling all Olympus in the case. A flea some blockhead's shoulder bit, and then his clothes refused to quit. O Hercules, he cried, you ought to purge this world of this far worse than Hydra scourge. O Jupiter, what are your bolts about? They do not put these foes of mine to rout. To crush a flea, this fellow's fingers under. The gods must lend the fool their club in thunder. Aesop, Romans 6, the women and the secret. There's nothing like a secret ways. Too heavy 'tis for women tender and, for this matter, in my days I've seen some men of female gender. To prove his wife a husband cried, the night he knew the truth would hide. Oh heavens, what's this? Oh dear I beg 'em torno, oh I've laid an egg. An egg? Why yes, it's gospel true, look here see feel it, fresh and new, but wife don't mention it lest men should laugh at me and call me hen, indeed don't say a word about it. On this, as other matters, green and young, the wife, all wonder, did not doubt it, and pledged herself by heaven to hold her tongue. Her oath, however, fled the light as quick as did the shades of night. Before Dan Phoebus waked to labor, the dame was off to see a neighbor. My friend, she said, half whispering, there's come to pass the strangest thing if you should tell. 'Twould turn me out of door. My husband's laid an egg as big as four, as you would taste of heaven's bliss. Don't tell a living soul of this. I tell. Why, if you knew a thing about me, you wouldn't for an instant doubt me. Your confidence I'll ne'er abuse. The layer's wife went home relieved, the other broiled to tell the news. You need not ask if she believed. A dame more busy could not be in 20 places, ere her tea. Instead of one egg, she said 3, nor was the story here, a gossip, still more keen than she said 4, and spoke it in the ear a caution truly little worth, applied to all the ears on earth, of eggs, the number, thanks to fame, as on from mouth to mouth she sped, had grown 100, soothly said, ere soul had quenched his golden flame. Abstemious. Romans 7, the dog that carried his master's dinner. Our eyes are not made proof against the fair, nor hands against the touch of gold. Fidelity is sadly rare, and has been from the days of old. Well taught his appetite to check, and do full many a handy trick. A dog was trotting, light and quick, his master's dinner on his neck. A temperate, self-denying dog was he, more than, with such a load, he liked to be. But still he was, while many such as we would not have scrupled to make free. Strange that to dogs a virtue you may teach, which, do your best, to men you vainly preach. This dog of ours, thus richly fitted out, a mastiff met, who wished the meat, no doubt. To get it was less easy than he thought. The porter laid it down and fought. Meantime some other dogs arrive. Such dogs are always thick enough, and, fearing neither kick nor cuff, upon the public thrive. Our hero, thus o'ermatched and pressed, the meat in danger manifest, is fain to share it with the rest, and looking very calm and wise, no anger, gentlemen, he cries, my morsel will myself suffice, the rest shall be your welcome prize. With this, the first his charge to violate, he snaps a mouthful from his freight, then follow mastiff, cur, and pup, till all is cleanly eaten up. Not sparingly the party feasted, and not a dog of all but tasted. In some such manner men abuse of towns and states the revenues. The sheriffs, aldermen, and mayor come in for each a liberal share. The strongest gives the rest example. Tease sport to see with what a zest they sweep and lick the public chest of all its funds, however ample. If any commonweal's defender should dare to say a single word, he's shown his scruples are absurd, and finds it easy to surrender perhaps to be the first offender. Roman 8, the joker and the fishes. Some seek for jokers, I avoid. A joke must be to be enjoyed of wisdom's words by wit employed. God never meant for men of sense the wits that joke to give offense. Perchance of these I shall be able to show you one preserved in fable. A joker at a banker's table, most amply spread to satisfy the height of Epicurean wishes, had nothing near but little fishes. So, taking several of the fry, he whispered to them very nigh, and seemed to listen for reply. The guests much wondered what it meant, and stared upon him all intent. The joker, then with sober face, politely thus explained the case. A friend of mine, to India bound, has been, I fear, within a year, by rocks or tempests wrecked and drowned. I asked these strangers from the sea to tell me where my friend might be, but all replied they were too young to know the least of such a matter. The older fish could tell me better. Pray, may I hear some older tongue? What relish had the gentlefolks for such a sample of his jokes is more than I can now relate. They put, I'm sure, upon his plate, a monster of so old a date, he must have known the names and fate of all the daring voyagers, who, following the moon and stars, have, by mischances, sunk their bones within the realms of Davy Jones, and who, for centuries, had seen, far down within the fathomless, where whales themselves are scepterless, the ancients in their halls of green. Abstemious. Roman 9, the rat and the oyster. A country rat of little brains, grown weary of inglorious rest, left home with all its straws and grains, resolved to know beyond his nest. When peeping through the nearest fence, how big the world is, how immense, he cried. There rise the Alps, and that is doubtless famous Ararat. His mountains were the works of moles, or dirt thrown up in digging holes. Some days of travel brought him where the tide had left the oysters bare. Since here our traveler saw the sea, he thought these shells the ships must be. My father was, in truth, said he, a coward and an ignoramus, he dared not travel. As for me, I've seen the ships, and ocean famous, have crossed the deserts without drinking, and many dangerous streams unshrinking. Such things I know from having seen and felt them. And, as he went, in tales he proudly dealt them, not being of those rats whose knowledge comes by their teeth on books in college. Among the shut-up shellfish, one was gaping widely at the sun. It breathed and drank the air's perfume, expanding like a flower in bloom. Both white and fat, its meat appeared a dainty treat. Our rat, when he this shell espied, thought for his stomach to provide. If not mistaken in the matter, said he, no meat was ever fatter, or in its flavor half so fine, as that on which today I dine. Thus full of hope, the foolish chap thrust in his head to taste, and felt the pinching of a trap the oyster closed in haste. We're first instructed, by this case, that those to whom the world is new are wonderstruck at every view and, in the second place, that the marauder finds his match, and he is caught who thinks to catch. Abstemious, also Aesop. X the bear and the amateur gardener. A certain mountain bear, unlicked and rude, by fate confined within a lonely wood, a knew Bellerophon, whose life knew neither comrade, friend, nor wife, became insane. For reason, as we term it, dwells never long with any hermit. 'Tis good to mix in good society, obeying rules of due propriety, and better yet to be alone, but both are ills when overdone. No animal had business where all grimly dwelt our hermit bear, hence, bearish as he was, he grew heartsick and longed for something new. While he to sadness was addicted, an aged man, not far from there, was by the same disease afflicted. A garden was his favorite care, sweet Flora's priesthood, light and fair, and eke Pomona's ripe, and read the presents that her fingers shed. These two employments, true, are sweet when made so by some friend discreet. The gardens, gaily as they look, talk not, except in this my book. So, tiring of the deaf and dumb, our man one morning left his home some company to seek, that had the power to speak. The bear, with thoughts the same, down from his mountain came, and in a solitary place, they met each other face to face. It would have made the boldest tremble. What did our man? To play the Gascon the safest seemed. He put the mask on, his fear contriving to dissemble. The bear, unused to compliment, growled bluntly, but with good intent, "Come home with me." The man replied, "Sir Bear, my lodgings nearer by, in yonder garden you may spy, where, if you'll honor me the while, we'll break our fast in rural style. Fruits and milk unworthy fare, it may be for a wealthy bear, but then I offer what I have." The bear accepts, with visage grave, but not unpleased, and on their way they grow familiar, friendly, gay. Arrived, you see them, side by side, as if their friendship had been tried. To a companion so absurd, blank solitude were well preferred, yet, as the bear scarce spoke a word, the man was left quite at his leisure to trim his garden at his pleasure. Sir Bruin hunted always, brought his friend whatever game he caught, but chiefly aimed at driving flies, those hold and shameless parasites that vex us with their ceaseless bites from off our gardener's face and eyes. One day, while stretched upon the ground the old man lay, in sleep profound, a fly that buzzed around his nose, and bit it sometimes, I suppose, put Bruin sadly to his trumps. At last, determined, up he jumps. "I'll stop thy noisy buzzing now," says he. "I know precisely how." No sooner said than done. He seized a paving stone, and by his modus operandi did both the fly and man die. A foolish friend may cause more woe than could, indeed, the wisest foe. Bid pay Bellerophon the son of King Glaucus, who, after a wandering life, died a prey to melancholy. Zai the two friends. Two friends in Monomatapa had all their interests combined. Their friendship, faithful and refined, our country can't exceed, do what it may. One night, when potent sleep had laid all still within our planet's shade, one of the two gets up alarmed, runs over to the other's palace, and hastily the servants rallies. His startled friend, quick-armed, with purse and sword his comrade meets, and thus right kindly greets. "Thou seldom calm'st at such an hour. I take thee for a man of sounder mind than to abuse the time for sleep designed. Haste lost thy purse, by fortune's power here's mine. Hast suffered insult, or a blow? I've here my sword to avenge it, let us go." "No," said his friend, "no need I feel of either silver, gold, or steel. I thank thee for thy friendly zeal. In sleep I saw thee rather sad, and thought the truth might be as bad. Unable to endure the fear, that cursed dream has brought me here. Which think you, reader, loved the most, if doubtful this, one truth may be proposed, there's nothing sweeter than a real friend. Not only is he prompt to lend an angler delicate, he fishes the very deepest of your wishes and spares your modesty the task his friendly aid to ask. A dream, a shadow, wakes his fear when pointing at the object dear. Bidpai, this fable is thought to have been inspired by the friendship of La Fontaine for Fouquet, the minister whom Louis Roman XIV, actuated mostly by jealousy and envy, disgraced and imprisoned. See the translator's preface. Roman 12, the hog, the goat, and the sheep. A goat, a sheep, and porker fat all to the market rode together. Their own amusement was not that which caused their journey thither. Their coachman did not mean to set them down to see the shows and wonders of the town. The porker cried in piercing squeals as if with butchers at his heels. Other beasts, of milder mood, the cause by no means understood. They saw no harm and wondered why at such a rate the hog should cry. "Hush there, old piggy," said the man, "and keep as quiet as you can. What wrong have you to squeal about, and raise this devilish, deafening shout? These stiller persons at your side have manners much more dignified. Pray, have you heard a single word come from that gentleman in wool? That proves him wise." "That proves him fool," the testy hog replied. "For did he know to what we go, he'd cry almost to split his throat, so would her ladyship the goat. They only think to lose with ease, the goat her milk, the sheep his fleece, they're maybe right, but as for me this ride is quite another matter. Of service only on the platter, my death is quite a certainty. Adieu, my dear old piggery." The porker's logic proved at once himself a prophet and a dunce. Hope ever gives a present ease, but fear beforehand kills. The wisest he who least foresees inevitable ills. Aesop. Roman 13, Theasis and Amaranth. For Mademoiselle de Sillery. I had the Phrygian quit, charmed with Italian wit, but a divinity would on Parnasius ca fable more for me. Such challenge to refuse, without a good excuse, is not the way to use divinity or muse. especially to one of those who truly are, by force of being fair, made queens of human will. A thing should not be done in all respects so ill. For be it known to all, from Sillery the call has come for bird, and beast, and insects to the least, to clothe their thoughts sublime in this my simple rhyme. In saying Sillery, all said that need to be. Her claim to it so good, few fail to give her place above the human race. How could they, if they would? Now come we to our end. As she opines, my tales are hard to comprehend, for even genius fails some things to understand, so let us take in hand to make unnecessary, for once, a commentary. Come shepherds now in rhyme, we afterwards the talk between the wolves and fleecy herds. To Amaranth, the young and fair, said Theseus once with serious air, "Oh, if you knew, like me, a certain ill with which we men are harmed as well as strangely charmed, no boon from heaven your heart could like it fill. Please let me name it in your ear, a harmless word you need not fear. Would I deceive you, you for whom I bear the tenderest sentiments that ever were?" Then Amaranth replied, "What is its name? I beg you, do not hide, 'tis love. The word is beautiful. Reveal its signs and symptoms, how it makes one feel. Its pains are ecstasies. So sweet it stings, the nectar cups and incense pots of kings compared are flat, insipid things. One strays all lonely and the wood leans silent o'er the placid flood, and there with great complacency a certain face can see 'tis not one's own but image fair, retreating, fleeting, meeting, greeting, following everywhere, for all the rest of humankind, one is as good, in short, as blind. There is a shepherd white, I ween, well known upon the village green, whose voice, whose name, whose turning of the hinge excites upon the cheek a richer tinge, the thought of whom is signal for a sigh, the breast that heaves it knows not why, whose face the maiden fears to see, yet none so welcome still as he. Here Amaranth cut short his speech. Oh, is that the evil which you preach? To me I think it is no stranger, I must have felt its power and danger. Here Thrices thought his end was gained, when further thus the maid explained, "'Tis just the very sentiment which I have felt for Clidamant." The other, vexed and mortified, now bit his lips and nearly died. Like him are multitudes, who when their own advancement they have meant, have played the game of other men. M'Deal, de Sillery, Gabrielle Francois Brulart de Sillery, niece of La Fontaine's friend and patron, the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, author of the Maxims. She married Louis de Tibergo, Marquis de la Montaumain, and died in 1732, Italian wit referring to his tales, in which he had borrowed many subjects from Boccaccio, translator. Roman 14, the funeral of the lioness. The lion's consort died, crowds gathered at his side must needs console the prince, and thus their loyalty evince by compliments of course, which make affliction worse. Officially he cites his realm to funeral rites at such a time and place, his marshals of the mace would order the affair, judge you if all came there. Meantime the prince gave way to sorrow night and day. With cries of wild lament his cave he well nigh rent, and from his courtiers far and near, sounds imitative you might hear. The court a country seems to me, whose people are, no matter what, sad, gay, indifferent, or not, as suits the will of majesty, or if unable so to be, their task it is to seem it all chameleons, monkeys, great and small. 'Twould seem one spirit serves 1,000 bodies, a paradise indeed for soulless naughties. But to our tale again. The stag graced not the funeral train of tears, his cheeks bore not a stain, for how could such a thing have been? When death avenged him on the queen, who, not content with taking one, had choked to death his wife and son, the tears, in truth, refused to run. A flatterer, who watched the while, affirmed that he had seen him smile. If, as the wise man somewhere saith, a king's is like a lion's wrath, what should king lions be but death? The stag, however, could not read, hence paid this proverb little heed, and walked, intrepid, towards the throne, when thus the king, in fearful tone, "Thou caitiff of the wood, presum'st to laugh at such a time? Joins not thy voice the mournful chime? We suffer not the blood of such a wretch profane our sacred claws to stain. Wolves, let a sacrifice be made. Avenge your mistress, awful shade." "Sire," did the stag reply, "the time for tears is quite gone by, for in the flowers not far from here your worthy consort did appear. Her form, in spite of my surprise, I could not fail to recognize. My friend," said she, "beware lest funeral pomp about my bier, when I shall go with gods to share, compel then I to drop a tear. With kindred saints I rove in the Elysian grove, and taste a sort of bliss unknown in worlds like this. Still let the royal sorrow flow its proper season here below, 'tis not unpleasing, I confess." The king and court scarce hear him out, up goes the loud and welcome shout, a miracle, an apotheosis, and such at once the fashion is, so far from dying in a ditch, the stag retires with presents rich. Amuse the ear of royalty with pleasant dreams, and flattery. No matter what you may have done, nor yet how high its wrath may run, the bait is swallowed object one. Abstemious. Roman 15, the rat and the elephant. One's own importance to enhance, inspirited by self-esteem, is quite a common thing in France, a French disease it well might seem. The strutting cavaliers of Spain are in another manner vain. Their pride has more insanity, more silliness our vanity. Let's shadow forth our own disease, well worth 100 tales like these. A rat of quite the smallest size fixed on an elephant his eyes, and jeered the beast of high descent because his feet so slowly went. Upon his back, 3 stories high, there sat, beneath a canopy, a certain sultan of renown, his dog and cat and concubine, his parrot, servant, and his wine, all pilgrims to a distant town. The rat professed to be amazed that all the people stood and gazed with wonder, as he passed the road, both at the creature and his load. "As if," said he, "to occupy a little more of land or sky made one, in view of common sense of greater worth and consequence. What see ye, men, in this parade that food for wonder need be made? The bulk which makes a child afraid, in truth, I take myself to be, in all aspects, as good as he." And further might have gone his vaunt, but darting down, the cat convinced him that a rat is smaller than an elephant. Romans 16, the horoscope. On death we mortals often run, just by the roads we take to shun. A father's only heir, a son, was overloved and doted on so greatly that astrology was questioned what his fate might be. The man of stars this caution gave that, until 20 years of age, no lion, even in a cage, the boy should see his life to save. The sire, to silence every fear about a life so very dear, forbade that anyone should let his son beyond his threshold get. Within his palace walls, the boy might all that heart could wish enjoy might with his mates walk, leap and run, and frolic in the wildest fun. When come of age to love the chase, that exercise was oft depicted to him as one that brought disgrace, to which but blackguards were addicted. But neither warning nor derision could change his ardent disposition. The youth, fierce, restless, full of blood, was prompted by the boiling flood to love the dangers of the wood. The more opposed, the stronger grew his mad desire. The cause he knew, for which he was so closely pent, and as where'er he went, in that magnificent abode, both tapestry and canvas showed the feats he did so much admire, a painted lion roused his ire. "Ah, monster," cried he, in his rage, "'tis you that keep me in my cage." With that he clenched his fist, to strike the harmless beast, and did his hand impale upon a hidden nail. And thus this cherished head, for which the healing art but vainly did its part, was hurried to the dead, by caution blindly meant to shun that sad event. The poet Aeschylus, 'tis said, by much the same precaution bled. A conjurer foretold a house would crush him in its fall, forth sallied he, though old, from town and roof-protected hall, and took his lodgings, wet or dry abroad, beneath the open sky, an eagle, bearing through the air a tortoise for her household fare, which first she wished to break. The creature dropped, by sad mistake, plump on the poet's forehead bare, as if it were a naked rock, to Aeschylus a fatal shock. From these examples it appears, this art, if true in any wise, makes men fulfill the very fears engendered by its prophecies. But from this charge I justify, by branding it a total lie. I don't believe that nature's powers have tied her hands or pinioned ours, by marking on the heavenly vault our fate without mistake or fault. That fate depends upon conjunctions of places, persons, times, and tracks, and not upon the functions of more or less of quacks. A king and clown beneath one planet's nod are born, one wields a scepter, one a hod. But it is Jupiter that wills it so, and who is he? A soulless clod. How can he cause such different powers to flow upon the aforesaid mortals here below, and how, indeed, to this far distant ball can he impart his energy at all? How pierce the ether deeps profound, the sun and globes that whirl around? A mote might turn his potent ray forever from its earthward way. We'll find it then in starry cope. The makers of the horoscope, the war with which all Europe's now afflicted deserves it not by them to have been predicted. Yet heard we not a whisper of it before it came from any prophet. The suddenness of passion's gush, of wayward life the headlong rush, permit they that the feeble ray of twinkling planet far away should trace our winding, zigzag course. And yet this planetary force, as steady as it is unknown, these fools would make our guide alone of all our varied life the source. Such doubtful facts, as I relate the petted child's and poet's fate our argument may well admit. The blindest man that lives in France, the smallest mark would doubtless hit once in 1,000 times by chance. And who is he? By Jupiter, the soulless clod, is of course meant the planet, not the god, the Warsey note to Fable Roman 18, Book 7. Romans 17, the ass and the dog. Dame Nature, our respected mother, ordains that we should aid each other. The ass this ordinance neglected, though not a creature ill-affected. Along the road a dog and he one master followed silently. Their master slept. Meanwhile the ass applied his nippers to the grass, much pleased in such a place to stop, though there no thistle he could crop. He would not be too delicate, nor spoil a dinner for a plate, which, but for that, his favorite dish, were all that any ass could wish. My dear companion, Tozer said, tease as a starving dog I ask it, pray lower down your loaded basket, and let me get a piece of bread. No answer, not a word, indeed. The truth was, our Arcadian steed feared lest, for every moment's flight, his nimble teeth should lose a bite. At last, I counsel you, said he, to wait till master is himself awake, who then, unless I much mistake, will give his dog the usual bait. Meanwhile there issued from the wood a creature of the wolfish brood, himself by famine sorely pinched. At sight of him the donkey flinched, and begged the dog to give him aid. The dog budged not, but answer made, I counsel thee, my friend, to run till master's nap is fairly done, there can indeed be no mistake, that he will very soon awake. Till then, scud off with all your might, and should he snap you in your flight, this ugly wolf, why, let him feel the greeting of your well-shod heel. I do not doubt at all, but that will be enough to lay him flat. But ere he ceased it was too late, the ass had met his cruel fate. Thus selfishness we reprobate. Abstemious, Arcadian steed La Fontaine has rousin Darkity. The ass was so derisively nicknamed. See also Fable Roman 19, Book 6. Roman 18, the Pasha and the Merchant. A trading Greek, for want of law protection bought of a Pasha, and like a nobleman he paid, much rather than a man of trade protection being, Turkish-wise, a costly sort of merchandise. So costly was it in this case, the Greek complained with tongue and face, 3 other Turks of lower rank would guard his substance as their own, and all draw less upon his bank, than did the great Pasha alone. The Greek their offer gladly heard, and closed the bargain with a word. The said Pasha was made aware, and counselled with a prudent care these rivals to anticipate, by sending them to heaven's gate, as messengers to Mahomet, which measure, should he much delay, himself might go the self-same way, by poison offered secretly, sent on before his time to be protector to such arts and trades as flourish in the world of shades. On this advice, the Turkno-Gander behaved himself like Alexander. Straight to the merchants, firm and stable, he went, and took a seat at table. Such calm assurance there was seen, both in his words and in his mien, that e'en that weasel-sighted Grecian could not suspect him of suspicion. My friend, said he, I know you've quit me, and some think caution would befit me, lest to dispatch me be your plan, but deeming you too good a man to injure either friends or foes with poisoned cups or secret blows, I drown the thought and say no more. But, as regards the 3 or 4 who take my place, I crave your grace to listen to an apologue. A shepherd with a single dog was asked the reason why he kept a dog, whose least supply amounted to a loaf of bread for every day. The people said he'd better give the animal to guard the village Sania's hall. For him, a shepherd, it would be a thriftier economy to keep small curs, say 2 or 3, that would not cost him half the food, and yet for watching be as good. The fools, perhaps, forgot to tell if they would fight the wolf as well. The silly shepherd, giving heed, cast off his dog of mastiff breed, and took 3 dogs to watch his cattle, which ate far less, but fled in battle. His flock such counsel lived to rue, as doubtlessly, my friend, will you. If wise, my aid again you'll seek, and so, persuaded, did the Greek. Not vain our tale, if it convinces small states that 'tis a wiser thing to trust a single powerful king than half a dozen petty princes. Gilbert Cousin, Alexander, who took the medicine presented to him by his physician Philip, the moment after he had received a letter announcing that that very man designed to poison him. Arian L. Roman 2, chapter Roman 14, translator. Roman 19, the use of knowledge. Between 2 citizens a controversy grew. The one was poor, but much he knew; the other, rich with little sense, claimed that, in point of excellence, the merely wise should bow the knee to all such moneyed men as he. The merely fools, he should have said, for why should wealth hold up its head when merit from its side hath fled? My friend, quoth bloated purse to his reverse, you think yourself considerable. Pray, tell me, do you keep a table? What comes of this incessant reading? In point of lodging, clothing, feeding. It gives one, true, the highest chamber, one coat for June and for December, his shadow for his sole attendant, and hunger always in th ascendant. What profits he his country, too? Who scarcely ever spends a sou will, haply, be a public charge? Who profits more the state at large than he whose luxuries dispense among the people wealth immense? We set the streams of life a-flowing, we set all sorts of trades a-going. The spinner, weaver, sewer, vendor, and many a wearer, fair and tender, all live and flourish on the spender as do, indeed, the reverend rooks who waste their time in making books. These words, so full of impudence, received their proper recompense. The man of letters held his peace, though much he might have said with ease. A war avenged him soon, and well, in it their common city fell. Both fled abroad. The ignorant, by fortune thus brought down to want, was treated everywhere with scorn, and roamed about, a wretch forlorn, whereas the scholar everywhere was nourished by the public care. Let fools the studious despise, there's nothing lost by being wise. Abstemious. Roman 20, Jupiter and the Thunderbolts. Said Jupiter, one day, as on a cloud he lay, observing all our crimes, come, let us change the times, by leasing out a new world whose wicked crew have wearied out our grace, and cursed us to our face. High hellward Mercury, a fury bring to me the direst of the three. Race nursed too tenderly, this day your doom shall be. And while he spoke their fate, his wrath began to moderate. O kings, with whom his will hath lodged our good and ill, your wrath and storm between one night should intervene. The god of rapid wing and lip unfaltering, to sunless regions sped and met the sisters dread. To grim Tisiphone and pale Megaera he preferred as murderous, Alecto pitiless. This choice so roused the fiend, by Pluto's beard she swore the human race no more should be by handfuls gleaned, but in one solid mass infernal gates should pass. But Jove, displeased with both the fury and her oath, dispatched her back to hell. And then a bolt he hurled, down on a faithless world, which in a desert fell. Aimed by a father's arm, it caused more fear than harm. All fathers strike aside. What did from this betide our evil race grew bold, resumed their wicked tricks, increased them manifold, till all Olympus through, indignant murmurs flew when, swearing by the Styx, the sire that rules the air storms promised to prepare more terrible and dark, which should not miss their mark. A father's wrath it is. The other deities all in one voice exclaimed, and might the thing be named, some other god would make bolts better for our sake. This Vulcan undertook. His rumbling forges shook and glowed with fervent heat, while Cyclops blew and beat. Forth from the plastic flame 2 sorts of bolts there came, of these one misses not. Teased by Olympus shot, that is, the gods at large, the other, bearing wide, hits mountain top or side, or makes a cloud its targe, and this it is alone which leaves the Father's throne. Roman 21, the falcon and the capon. You often hear a sweet seductive call. If wise, you haste towards it not at all, and, if you heed my apologue, you act like John de Nevelle's dog. A capon, citizen of Mans, was summoned from a throng to answer to the village squire before tribunal called the fire. The matter to disguise the kitchen sheriff wise cried, biddy biddy biddy, but not a moment did he this Norman and a half the smooth official trust. Your bait, said he, is dust, and I'm too old for chaff. Meantime, a falcon, on his perch, observed the flight and search. In man, by instinct or experience, the capons have so little confidence that this was not without much trouble caught, though for a splendid supper sought. To lie the morrow night in brilliant candlelight supinely on a dish, midst viands fowl and fish with all the ease that heart could wish this honor from his master kind, the fowl would gladly have declined, outcried the bird of chase, as in the weeds he eyed the skulker's face. Why, what a stupid, blockhead race! Such witless, brainless fools might well defy the schools. For me, I understand to chase at word the swiftest bird, aloft, o'er sea or land, at slightest beck, returning quick to perch upon my master's hand. There, at his window he appears, he waits thee, hasten hast no ears. Ah, that I have, the fowl replied, but what from master might betide, or cook, with cleaver at his side? Return you may for such a call, but let me fly their fatal hall, and spare your mirth at my expense. Whate'er I lack, 'tis not the sense to know that all this sweet-toned breath is spent to lure me to my death. If you had seen upon thee spit as many of the falcons roast as I have of the capon host, you would not thus reproach my wit. In the Bidpai fables it is the falcon and the cock. John de Nivelle's dog which, according to the French proverb, ran away when his master called him translator. This Norman and a half, though the Normans are proverbial for their shrewdness, the French have, nevertheless, a proverb that they come to Paris to be hanged. Hence La Fontaine makes his capon, who knew how to shun a similar fate, Le Normand et demi the Norman and a half translator. Roman 22, the cat and the rat. Four creatures want to prowl, sly grab and snatch, the cat, grave evil bode, the owl, thief nibble stitch, the rat and Madam Weasel, prim and fine, inhabited a rotten pine. A man their home discovered there and set, one night, a cunning snare. The cat, a noted early riser, went forth at break of day to hunt her usual prey. Not much the wiser for morning's feeble ray, the noose did suddenly surprise her. Waked by her strangling cry, grey Nibblestitch drew nigh. As full of joy was he as of despair was she, for in the noose he saw his foe of mortal paw. "Dear friend," said Mrs. Grab and Snatch, "do pray this cursed cord detach. I've always known your skill and often your goodwill. Now help me from this worst of snares, in which I fell at unawares. 'Tis by a sacred right you, soul of all your race, by special love and grace, have been my favorite, the darling of my eyes. 'Twas ordered by celestial cares, no doubt. I thank the blessed skies that, going out to say my prayers, as cats devout each morning do, this net has made me pray to you. Come, fall to work upon the cord," replied the rat, "and what reward shall pay me if I dare?" "Why," said the cat, "I swear to be your firm ally, henceforth eternally. These powerful claws are yours, which safe your life ensures. I'll guard from quadruped and fowl, I'll eat the weasel and the owl." "Ah," cried the rat, "you fool. I'm quite too wise to be your tool," he said, and sought his snug retreat close at the rotten pine tree's feet, where plump he did the weasel meet, whom shunning by a happy dodge, he climbed the hollow trunk to lodge, and there the savage owl he saw. Necessity became his law, and down he went, the rope to gnaw. Strand after strand in two he bit, and freed at last the hypocrite. That moment came the man in sight, the new allies took hasty flight. A good while after that, our liberated cat espied her favorite rat quite out of reach and on his guard. "My friend," said she, "I take your shyness hard, your caution wrongs my gratitude, approach and greet your staunch ally. Do you suppose, dear rat, that I forget the solemn oath I mewed?" "Do I forget?" the rat replied. "To what your nature is allied, to thankfulness or even pity, can cats be ever bound by treaty? Alliance from necessity is safe just while it has to be." Another rendering of the rat and the cat of the Bidpai collection. See Fable Romans 16, Book 7. Roman 23, the torrent and the river. With mighty rush and roar adown, a mountain steep a torrent tumbled swelling, o'er its rugged banks end bore vast ruin in its sweep. The traveller were surely rash to brave its whirling, foaming dash, but one, by robbers sorely pressed, its terrors haply put to test. They were but threats of foam and sound, the loudest where the least profound. With courage from his safe success, his foes continuing to press, he met a river in his course. On stole its waters, calm and deep, so silently they seemed asleep. All sweetly cradled, as I ween, in sloping banks and gravel clean, they threatened neither man nor horse. Both ventured, but the noble steed, that saved from robbers by his speed, from that deep water could not save. Both went to drink the Stygian wave, both went to cross, but not to swim, where reigns a monarch stern and grim, far other streams than ours. Still men are men of dangerous powers elsewhere, 'tis only ignorance that cowers. Abstemious. Roman 24, education. Lapluck and Caesar brothers were, descended from dogs by fame the most commended, who falling in their puppyhood to different masters anciently, one dwelt and hunted in the boundless wood from thieves, the other kept a kitchen free. At first, each had another name, but by their bringing up it came, while one improved upon his nature, the other grew a sordid creature, till by some scullion called Lapluck, the name ungracious ever stuck. To high exploits his brother grew, put many a stag at bay, and tore full many a trophy from the boar. In short, him first of all his crew, the world as Caesar knew, and care was had lest, by a baser mate, his noble blood should e'er degenerate. Not so with his neglected brother, he made whatever came a mother, and, by the laws of population, his race became a countless nation. The common turnspits throughout France where danger is, they don't advance precisely the antipodes of what we call the Caesars. These. Oft falls the son below his sire's estate, through want of care all things degenerate, for lack of nursing nature and her gifts. What crowds from gods become mere kitchen thrifts. Roman 25, the two dogs and the dead ass. The virtues should be sisters, hand in hand, since banded brothers all the vices stand. When one of these our hearts attacks, all come in file. There only lacks from out the cluster here and there a mate of some antagonizing pair that can agree the common roof to share. But all the virtues as a sisterhood have scarcely ever in one subject stood. We find one brave but passionate, another prudent but ingrate. Of beasts the dog may claim to be the pattern of fidelity, but for our teaching little wiser, he's both a fool and gormandizer. For proof, I cite 2 mastiffs that espied a dead ass floating on a water wide, the distance growing more and more, because the wind the carcass bore, my friend, said one. Your eyes are best, pray let them on the water rest. What thing is that I seem to see, an ox or horse? What can it be? Hey, cried his mate. What matter which, provided we could get a flitch? It doubtless is our lawful prey. The puzzle is to find some way to get the prize, for wide the space to swim, with wind against your face. Let's drink the flood, our thirsty throats will gain the end as well as boats. The water swallowed, by and by we'll have the carcass, high and dry enough to last a week at least. Both drank as some do at a feast, their breath was quenched before their thirst, and presently the creatures burst. And such is man. Whatever he may set his soul to do or be, to him is possibility. How many vows he makes, how many steps he takes, how does he strive and pant and strain fortunes or glories prized to gain, if round my farm off well I must, or fill my coffers with the dust, or master Hebrew, science, history, I make my task to drink the sea. One spirit's projects to fulfill, 4 bodies would require. And still the work would stop half done, the lives of 4 Methuselahs, placed end to end for use, alas, would not suffice the wants of one. Aesop, also Lockman. With the wind against your face did La Fontaine, to enhance the folly of these dogs, make them bad judges of the course of the wind, or did he forget what he had said a few lines above, translator? Roman 26, Democritus and the people of Abdera. How do I hate the tide of vulgar thought, profane, unjust, with childish folly fraught. It breaks and bends the rays of truth divine, and by its own conceptions measures mine. Famed Epicurus master tried the power of this unstable tide. His country said the sage was mad the simpletons. But why, no prophet ever honor had beneath his native sky. Democritus, in truth, was wise, the mass were mad, with faith in lies. So far this error went, that all Abdera sent to old Hippocrates to cure the sad disease. Our townsman, said the messengers, appropriately shedding tears, hath lost his wits. Democritus, by study spoiled, is lost to us. Were he but filled with ignorance, we should esteem him less a dunce. He saith that worlds like this exist, an absolutely endless list, and peopled even, it may be, with countless hosts as wise as we, but not contented with such dreams, his brain with viewless atoms teems, instinct with deathless life, it seems. And never stirring from the sod below, he weighs and measures all the stars, and, while he knows the universe, himself he doth not know. Though now his lips he strictly bars, he once delighted to converse. Come, godlike mortal, try thy art divine where traits of worst insanity combine. Small faith the great physician lent, but still, perhaps more readily he went, and mark what meetings strange chance causes in this world of change. Hippocrates arrived in season, just as his patient, void of reason, was searching whether reason's home in talking animals and dumb, be in the head, or in the heart, or in some other local part. All calmly seated in the shade where brooks their softest music made, he traced, with study most insane, the convolutions of a brain, and at his feet lay many a scroll the works of sages on the soul. Indeed, so much absorbed was he, his friend at first, he did not see. A pair so admirably matched, their compliments ere long dispatched. In time and talk as well as dress, the wise are frugal, I confess. Dismissing trifles, they began at once with eagerness to scan the life and soul and laws of man, nor stopped till they had travelled o'er all the ground, from physical to moral. My time and space would fail to give the full detail. But I have said enough to show how little 'tis the people know. How true, then, goes the saw abroad their voice is but the voice of God. Epicurus, Master Democritus, and Epicurus lived about a century apart. The latter was disciple to the former only because in early life he adopted some of Democritus's philosophy. Later Epicurus rejected more than he accepted of what his master taught. Roman 27, The Wolf and the Hunter. Thou lust of gain, foul fiend, whose evil eyes regard as not the blessings of the skies, must I forever battle thee in vain? How long demandest thou to gain the meaning of my lessons plain? Will constant getting never cloy? Will man ne'er slacken to enjoy? Haste, friend. Thou hast not long to live, let me the precious word repeat, and listen to it, I entreat. A richer lesson none can give, the sovereign antidote for sorrow and joy. I will. But when? Tomorrow. Ah. Death may take you on the way, why not enjoy, I ask, today, lest envious fate your hopes engulf, as once it served the hunter and the wolf. The former with his fatal bow a noble deer had laid full low, a fawn approached, and quickly lay companion of the dead, for side by side they bled. Could one have wished a richer prey? Such luck had been enough to sate a hunter wise and moderate. Meantime a boar, as big as air, was taken, our archer tempted, proud, and fond of bacon. Another candidate for sticks, struck by his arrow, foams and kicks. But strangely do the shears of fate to cut his cable hesitate. Alive, yet dying, there he lies, a glorious and a dangerous prize. And was not this enough? Not quite, to fill a conqueror's appetite, for, ere the boar was dead, he spied a partridge by a furrow's side, a trifle to his other game. Once more his bow he drew, the desperate boar upon him came, and in his dying vengeance slew. The partridge thanked him as she flew. Thus much is to the covetous addressed, the miserly shall have the rest. A wolf in passing saw that woeful sight. O fortune, cried the savage with delight, a fane to thee I'll build outright 4 carcasses, how rich! But spare, I'll make them last, such luck is rare, the miser's everlasting plea. They'll last a month, for let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4 the weeks are 4 if I can count in some days more. Well, 2 days hence and I'll commence. Meantime, the string upon this bow I'll stint myself to eat, for by its mutton smell I know 'tis made of entrails sweet. His entrails rued the fatal weapon, which, while he heedlessly did step on, the arrow pierced his bowels deep, and laid him lifeless on the heap. Hark, stingy souls, insatiate leeches, our text this solemn duty teaches, enjoy the present, do not wait to share the wolf's or hunter's fate. Bidpai and the Hittapatesa. See extract from Sir William Jones's translation of the latter in Translator's Preface. Book 9. I the Faithless Depositary. Thanks to Memory's Daughters 9, animals have graced my line. Higher heroes in my story might have won me less of glory. Wolves, in language of the sky, talk with dogs throughout my verse. Beasts with others shrewdly vie, representing characters, fools in furs not second-hand. Sages, hoofed or feathered, stand, fewer truly are the latter, more the former I, and fatter. Flourish also in my scene tyrants, villains, mountebanks, beasts incapable of thanks, beasts of rash and reckless pranks, beasts of sly and flattering mean troops of liars, too, I ween. As to men of every age all are liars, saith the sage. Had he writ but of the low, one could hardly think it so. But that human mortals all lie like serpents, great and small, had another certified it, I, for one, should have denied it. He who lies in Aesop's way, or like Homer, minstrel grey, is no liar, sooth to say. Charms that bind us like a dream offspring of their happy art, cloaked in fiction, more than seem truth to offer to the heart. Both have left us works which I think unworthy e'er to die. Liar call not him who squares all his ends and aims with theirs, but from sacred truth to vary, like the false depositary, is to be, by every rule both a liar and a fool. The story goes. A man of trade in Persia with his neighbor made deposit as he left the state of iron, say 100 weight. Returned, said he, my iron neighbor. Your iron, you have lost your labor, I grieve to say it, pawn my soul, a rat has eaten up the whole. My men were sharply scolded at, but yet a hole in spite of that was left, as one is wont to be in every barn or granary, by which crept in that cursed rat. Admiring much the novel thief, the man affected full belief. Ere long, his faithless neighbor's child he stole away a heavy lad, and then to supper bade the dad, who thus plead off in accents sad. It was but yesterday I had a boy as fine as ever smiled, an only son as dear as life, the darling of myself and wife. Alas, we have him now no more, and every joy with us is o'er. Replied the merchant, yesternight, by evening's faint and dusky ray, I saw a monstrous owl alight, and bear your darling son away to yonder tottering ruin grey. Can I believe you when you say an owl bore off so large a prey? How could it be? The father cried. The thing is surely quite absurd. My son with ease had killed the bird. The how of it, the man replied, is not my province to decide. I know I saw your son arise, borne through the air before my eyes. Why should it seem a strange affair? Moreover, in a country where a single rat contrives to eat 100 pounds of iron meat, that owls should be of strength to lift ye a booby boy that weighs but 50. The other plainly saw the trick, restored the iron very quick, and got, with shame as well as joy, possession of his kidnapped boy. The like occurred 2 travelers between. One was of those who wear a microscope, I ween, each side the nose. Would you believe their tales romantic? Our Europe in its monsters beats the lands that feel the tropic heats, surcharged with all that is gigantic. This person, feeling free to use the trope hyperbole, had seen a cabbage with his eyes exceeding any house in size. And I have seen, the other cries, resolved to leave his fellow in the lurch, a pot that would have held a church. Why, friend, don't give that doubting look, the pot was made your cabbages to cook. This pot discover was a wit, the ironmonger, too, was wise. To such absurd and ultra lies their answers were exactly fit. Twere doing honor overmuch, to reason or dispute with such, to overbid them is the shortest path, and less provocative of wrath. Bid pie. Roman 2, the two doves. Two doves once cherished for each other the love that brother hath for brother. But one, of scenes domestic tiring, to see the foreign world aspiring, was fool enough to undertake a journey long, o'er land and lake. What plan is this? The other cried. Wouldst quit so soon thy brother's side? This absence is the worst of ills thy heart may bear, but me it kills. Pray, let the dangers, toil, and care of which all travelers tell your courage somewhat quell. Still, if the season later were wait the zephyrs, hasten not just now the raven on his oak in hoarser tones than usual spoke. My heart forebodes the saddest lot. The falcons, nets alas, it rains. My brother, are thy wants supplied provisions, shelter, pocket guide, and all that unto health pertains? These words occasioned some demur in our imprudent traveler. But restless curiosity prevailed at last, and so said he, the matter is not worth a sigh, 3 days at most will satisfy, and then returning, I shall tell you all the wonders that befell, with scenes enchanting and sublime shall sweeten all our coming time. Who seeth not hath naught to say. My travel's course from day to day will be the source of great delight. A store of tales I shall relate, say there I lodged at such a date, and saw there such and such a sight. You'll think it all occurred to you. On this, both, weeping, bade adieu, away the lonely wanderer flew. A thundercloud began to lower. He sought, as shelter from the shower, the only tree that graced the plain whose leaves ill turned the pelting rain. The sky once more serene above, on flew our drenched and dripping dove, and dried his plumage as he could. Next, on the borders of a wood, he spied some scattered grains of wheat, which one he thought might safely eat, for there another dove he saw. He felt the snare around him draw. This wheat was but a treacherous bait to lure poor pigeons to their fate. The snare had been so long in use, with beak and wings he struggled loose. Some feathers perished while it stuck. But what was worst in point of luck, a hawk, the cruelest of foes, perceived him clearly as he rose, off dragging, like a runaway, a piece of string. The bird of prey had bound him, in a moment more, much faster than he was before, but from the clouds an eagle came, and made the hawk himself his game. By war of robbers profiting, the dove for safety plied the wing, and lighting on a ruined wall, believed his dangers ended all. A roguish boy had there a sling, age pitiless, we must confess, and by a most unlucky fling, half killed our hapless dove, who now, no more in love with foreign traveling, and lame in leg and wing, straight homeward urged his crippled flight, fatigued but glad, arrived at night, in truly sad and piteous plight. The doves rejoined, I leave you all to say, what pleasure might their pains repay. Ah, happy lovers, would you roam? Pray, let it not be far from home. To each the other ought to be a world of beauty ever new, in each the other ought to see the whole of what is good and true. Myself have loved, nor would I then for all the wealth of crowned men, or arch celestial, paved with gold. The presence of those woods have sold, and fields and banks and hillocks, which were by the joyful steps made rich, and smiled beneath the charming eyes of her who made my heart a prize to whom I pledged it, nothing loath, and sealed the pledge with virgin oath. Ah, when will time such moments bring again? To me are sweet and charming objects vain my soul forsaking to its restless mood. Oh, did my withered heart but dare to kindle for the bright and good, should not I find the charm still there? Is love, to me, with things that were. Bid Pai, by common consent this fable is ranked among La Fontaine's very best. See translator's preface. Roman 3, the monkey and the leopard. A monkey and a leopard were the rivals at a country fair. Each advertised his own attractions. Said one, "Good sirs, the highest place my merit knows, for of his grace the king hath seen me face to face, and judging by his looks and actions I gave the best of satisfactions. When I am dead, 'tis plain enough, my skin will make his royal muff. So richly is it streaked and spotted, so delicately waved and dotted, its various beauty cannot fail to please." And thus invited, everybody sees, but soon they see and soon depart. The monkeys show Bill to the mart his merits thus sets forth the while, all in his own peculiar style. "Come, gentlemen, I pray you, come, in magic arts I am at home. The whole variety in which my neighbor boasts himself so rich is to his simple skin confined, while mine is living in the mind. Your humble servant, Monsieur Gill, the son-in-law to Tickleville, Pope's monkey, and of great renown, is now just freshly come to town, arrived in 3 bateaux, express your worships to address, for he can speak, you understand, can dance and practice sleight of hand, can jump through hoops and balance sticks, in short, can do 1,000 tricks, and all for Blanco's 6 knot, messieurs, for a sou, and if you think the price won't do, when you have seen, then he'll restore each man his money at the door." The ape was not to reason blind, for who in wealth of dress can find such charms as dwell in wealth of mind? One meets our ever-new desires, the other in a moment tires. Alas, how many lords there are of mighty sway and lofty mien, who, like this leopard at the fair, show all their talents on the skin. Aesop, also Avianus. Blanco's 6 the Blanc was a French copper coin, 6 of which were equivalent in value to something over a penny of the present English money. Roman 4, the acorn and the pumpkin. God's works are good. This truth to prove around the world I need not move, I do it by the nearest pumpkin. This fruit so large, on vine so small, surveying once, exclaimed a bumpkin, "What could he mean who made us all? He's left this pumpkin out of place. If I had ordered in the case, upon that oak it should have hung a noble fruit as ever swung to grace a tree so firm and strong." Indeed, it was a great mistake, as this discovery teaches, that I myself did not partake his counsels whom my curate preaches. All things had then in order come, this acorn, for example, not bigger than my thumb, had not disgraced a tree so ample. The more I think, the more I wonder to see outraged proportions laws, and that without the slightest cause, God surely made an awkward blunder. With such reflections proudly fraught, our sage grew tired of mighty thought, and threw himself on nature's lap beneath an oak, to take his nap. Plump on his nose, by lucky hap, an acorn fell, he waked, and in the matted beard that graced his chin he found the cause of such a bruise as made him different language use. "Oh, oh," he cried, I bleed, and this is what has done the deed. But truly, what had been my fate, had this had half a pumpkin's weight? I see that God had reasons good, and all his works well understood." Thus home he went in humbler mood. This fable was much admired by Madame de Sévigné. See translator's preface. V the schoolboy, the pedant, and the owner of a garden. A boy who savored of his school, a double rogue and double fool, by youth and by the privilege which pedants have, by ancient right, to alter reason and abridge a neighbor robbed with fingers light of flowers and fruit. This neighbor had of fruits that make the autumn glad, the very best and none but he, each season brought from plant and tree to him its tribute, for in spring his was the brightest blossoming. One day he saw our hopeful lad perched on the finest tree he had, not only stuffing down the fruit, but spoiling, like a vandal brute, the buds that play advance courier of plenty in the coming year. The branches, too, he rudely tore, and carried things to such a pass. The owner sent his servant o'er to tell the master of his class. The latter came, and came attended by all the urchins of his school, and thus one plunderer's mischief mended by pouring in an orchard full. It seems the pedant was intent on making public punishment, to teach his boys the force of law and strike their roguish hearts with awe, the use of which he first must show from Virgil and from Cicero, and many other ancients noted, from whom, in their own tongues, he quoted. So long, indeed, his lecture lasted, while not a single urchin fasted, that, ere its close, their thievish crimes were multiplied 100 times. I hate all eloquence and reason expended plainly out of season. Of all the beasts that earth have cursed while they have fed on't, the schoolboy strikes me as the worst except the pedant. The better of these neighbors, too, for me, I'm sure, would never do. Roman 6, the sculptor and the statue of Jupiter. A block of marble was so fine to by it did a sculptor hasten. What shall my chisel now tease mine a god, a table, or a basin? A god, said he, the thing shall be I'll arm it, too, with thunder. Let people quake, and bow the knee with reverential wonder. So well the cunning artist wrought all things within a mortal's reach, that soon the marble wanted not of being Jupiter, but speech. Indeed, the man whose skill did make had scarcely laid his chisel down, before himself began to quake, and fear his manufacture's frown. And even this excessive faith the poet once scarce fell behind, the hatred fearing, and the wrath of God's the product of his mind. This trait we see in infancy between the baby and its doll. Of wax or china, it may be a pocket stuffed or folded shawl. Imagination rules the heart, and here we find the fountain-head from whence the pagan errors start, that o'er the teeming nations spread. With violent and flaming zeal, each takes his own chimera's part. Pygmalion doth a passion feel for Venus, chiseled by his art. All men, as far as in them lies, create realities of dreams. To truth our nature proves but ice, to falsehood fire it seems. Pygmalion the poet here takes an erroneous view of the story of Pygmalion. That sculptor fell in love with his statue of the nymph Galatea, to which Venus gave life at his request. See Ovid, Madam, Book 10. Roman 7, the mouse metamorphosed into a maid. A mouse once from an owl's beak fell. I'd not have picked it up, I wise, a Brahmin did it. Very well, each country has its prejudice. The mouse indeed was sadly bruised. Although as neighbors we are used to be more kind to many others, the Brahmins treat the mice as brothers. The notion haunts their heads that when the soul goes forth from dying men, it enters worm or bird or beast, as providence or fate is pleased, and on this mystery rests their law, which from Pythagoras they're said to draw. And hence the Brahmin kindly prayed to one who knew the wizard's trade to give the creature, wounded sore, the form in which it lodged before. Forthwith the mouse became a maid of years about 15, a lovelier was never seen. She would have waked, I ween, in Priam's son, a fiercer flame than did the beauteous Grecian dame. Surprised at such a novelty, the Brahmin to the damsel cried, "Your choice is free, for every he will seek you for his bride." Said she, "Am I to have a voice? The strongest, then, shall be my choice. O son." The Brahmin cried, "This maid is thine, and thou shalt be a son-in-law of mine." "No," said the son, "this murky cloud, it seems, in strength exceeds me since he hides my beams, and him I counsel you to take." Again the reverend Brahmin spake, "O cloud, on flying with thy stores of water, pray wast thou born to wed my daughter?" "Ah no, alas, for you may see, the wind is far too strong for me. My claims with Boreas to compare, I must confess, I do not dare." "O wind," then cried the Brahmin, vexed, and wondering what would hinder next, "approach, and with thy sweetest air embrace possess the fairest fair." The wind, enraptured, thither blew, a mountain stopped him as he flew to him now past the tennis ball, and from him to a creature small. Said he, "I'd wed the maid, but that I've had a quarrel with the rat. A fool were I to take the bride from one so sure to pierce my side." The rat. It thrilled the damsel's ear, to name at once seemed sweet and dear. The rat. 'Twas one of Cupid's blows, the like full many a maiden knows, but all of this beneath the rose. One smacketh ever of the place where first he showed the world his face. Thus far the fable's clear as light, but if we take a nearer sight, there lurks within its drapery somewhat of graceless sophistry, for who, that worships e'en the glorious sun, would not prefer to wed some cooler one? And doth a flea's exceed a giant's might, because the former can the latter bite? And by the rule of strength, the rat had sent his bride to wed the cat, from cat to dog, and onward still to wolf or tiger, if you will. Indeed, the fabulist might run a circle backward to the sun. But to the change the tale supposes, in learned phrase, metempsychosis. The very thing the wizard did its falsity exposes, if that indeed were ever hid. According to the Brahmin's plan, the proud aspiring soul of man, and souls that dwell in humbler forms of rats and mice, and even worms, all issue from a common source, and hence they are the same of course. Unequal, but by accident of organ and of tenement, they use one pair of legs, or two, or e'en with none contrive to do, as tyrant matter binds them to. Why then, could not so fine a frame constrain its heavenly guest to wed the solar flame, a rat her love possessed? In all respects, compared and weighed, the souls of men and souls of mice quite different are made, unlike in sort as well as size. Each fits and fills its destined part as heaven doth well provide, nor witch, nor fiend, nor magic art can set their laws aside. Bid pie. Roman 8, the fool who sold wisdom. Of fools come never in the reach, no rule can I more wisely teach, nor can there be a better one than this distempered heads to shun. We often see them, high and low. They tickle in the royal ear as, privileged and free from fear, they hurl about them joke and jeer, at pompous lord or silly beau. A fool in town did wisdom cry, the people eager flocked to buy. Each for his money got paid promptly on the spot, besides a box upon the head, 2 fathoms length of thread. The most were vexed but quite in vain, the public only mocked their pain. The wiser they who nothing said, but pocketed the box and thread. To search the meaning of the thing would only laughs and hisses bring. Hath reason ever guaranteed the wit of fools in speech or deed? 'Tis said of brainless heads in France, the cause of what they do is chance. One dupe, however, needs must know what meant the thread, and what the blow, so asked a sage to make it sure. They're both hieroglyphics pure, the sage replied without delay. All people well advised will stay from fools this fiber's length away, or get I hold it sure as fate the other symbol on the pate. So far from cheating you of gold, the fool this wisdom fairly sold. Abstemious. Roman 9, the oyster and the litigants. 2 pilgrims on the sand espied an oyster thrown up by the tide. In hope, both swallowed ocean's fruit, but ere the fact there came dispute. While one stooped down to take the prey, the other pushed him quite away, said he, "'Twere rather meet to settle which shall eat. Why, he who first the oyster saw should be its eater, by the law the other should but see him do it." Replied his mate, "If thus you view it, thank God the lucky eye is mine." "But I've an eye not worse than thine," the other cried, "and will be cursed if, too, I didn't see it first." "You saw it, did you?" "Granite true, I saw it then and felt it too." Amidst this sweet affair, arrived a person very big yclept Sir Nincom Periwig. They made him judge to set the matter square. Sir Nincom, with a solemn face, took up the oyster and the case. In opening both, the first he swallowed, and in due time his judgment followed. "Attend, the court awards you each a shell cost free, depart in peace, and use them well. Foot up the cost of suits at law, the leavings reckon and awards, the cash you'll see Sir Nincom draw, and leave the party's purse and cards." Sir Nincom Periwig, the name in La Fontaine is Perindandin, which is also that of the peasant judge in Rabelais Book 3, ch. And the judge in Racine's Play d'Ors, produced in 1668. Molière's George Dandin, produced 1664, may also have helped La Fontaine to the name. The last-mentioned character is a farmer, but, like the others, he is a species of incapable, and the word dandin in the old French dictionaries is given as signifying inaptness or incapacity. The oyster and lawyer story is also treated in Fable Roman 21, Book 1, The Hornet and the Bees. X the wolf and the lean dog. A troutling, some time since, endeavored vainly to convince a hungry fisherman of his unfitness for the frying pan. That controversy made it plain that letting go a good secure, in hope of future gain, is but imprudence pure. The fisherman had reason good, the troutling did the best he could, both argued for their lives. Now, if my present purpose thrives, I'll prop my former proposition by building on a small addition. A certain wolf, in point of wit the prudent fisher's opposite, a dog once finding far astray, prepared to take him as his prey. The dog his leanness pled. Your lordship, sure, he said, cannot be very eager to eat a dog so meager. To wait a little do not grudge. The wedding of my master's only daughter will cause of fatted calves and fowls a slaughter, and then, as you yourself can judge, I cannot help becoming fatter. The wolf, believing, waived the matter, and so, some days therefrom, returned with sole design to see if fat enough his dog might be. The rogue was now at home, he saw the hunter through the fence. My friend, said he, please wait, I'll be with you a moment hence and fetch our porter of the gate. This porter was a dog immense that left to wolves no future tense. Suspicion gave our wolf a jog, it might not be so safely tampered. My service to your porter dog, was his reply, as off he scampered. His legs proved better than his head, and saved him life to learn his trade. Aesop, A Troutling, see Book 5, Fable Roman 3, Translator. Say nothing too much. Look where we will throughout creation, we look in vain for moderation. There is a certain golden mean, which nature's sovereign lord, I ween, designed the path of all forever. Doth one pursue it? Never. And things which by their nature bless, are turned to curses by excess. The grain, best gift of Ceres fair, green waving in the genial air, by overgrowth exhausts the soil. By superfluity of leaves defrauds the treasure of its sheaves, and mocks the busy farmer's toil. Not less redundant is the tree, so sweet a thing is luxury. The grain within due bounds to keep, their maker licenses the sheep the leaves excessive to retrench. In troops they spread across the plain, and, nibbling down the hapless grain, contrive to spoil it, root and branch. So then, with license from on high, the wolves are sent on sheep to prey, the whole the greedy gluttons slay, or if they don't, they try. Next, men are sent on wolves to take the vengeance now condign. In turn, the same abuse they make of this behest divine. Of animals, the human kind are to excess the most inclined. On low and high we make the charge indeed, upon the race at large. There lieth not the soul select that sinneth not in this respect. Of not too much, the fact is, all preach the truth none practice. Abstemious. Roman 12, the wax scandal. From bowers of gods the bees came down to man. On Mount Hymettus, first, they say, they made their home, and stored away the treasures which the zephyrs fan. When men had robbed these daughters of the sky, and left their palaces of nectar dry. Or, as in French the things explained, when hives were of their honey drained the spoilers, gan the wax to handle, and fashioned from it many a candle. Of these, one, seeing clay made brick by fire remain uninjured by the teeth of time, was kindled into great desire for immortality sublime. And so this new empedocles upon the blazing pile one sees, self-doomed by purest folly to fate so melancholy. The candle lacked philosophy. All things are made diverse to be. To wander from our destined tracks there cannot be a vainer wish. But this Empedocles of wax, that melted in the chafing dish, was truly not a greater fool than he of whom we read at school. Abstemious, Mount Hymettus. This was the mountain whence the Greeks got fine honey. Empedocles, a Pythagorean philosopher who asserted that he had been, before becoming a man, a girl, a boy, a shrub, a bird, and a fish. He is further credited with the vanity of wishing to be thought a god, and hence of throwing himself into Mount Etna to conceal his death. Unfortunately for the success of this scheme, says one story, he convicted himself of suicide by inadvertently leaving his slippers at the foot of the volcano. Roman 13, Jupiter and the passenger. How danger would the gods enrich if we the vows remembered which it drives us to? But danger past, kind providence is paid the last. No earthly debt is treated so. Now Jove, the wretch exclaims, will wait, he sends no sheriff to one's gate, like creditors below. But let me ask the dolt, what means the thunderbolt? A passenger, endangered by the sea, had vowed 100 oxen good to him who quelled old Terra's brood. He had not one. As well might he have vowed 100 elephants. Arrived on shore, his good intents were dwindled to the smoke which rose an offering merely for the nose from 6 beefless bones. Great Jove, said he, behold my vow, the fumes of beef thou breathest now are all thy godship ever owns, from debt I therefore stand acquitted. With seeming smile the god submitted, but not long after caught him well, by sending him a dream to tell of treasure hid. Off ran the liar, as if to quench a house on fire, and on a band of robbers fell. As but a crown he had that day, he promised them of sterling gold 100 talents truly told, directing where concealed they lay, in such a village on their way. The rogue so much the tale suspected, said one, if we should suffer you to, you'd cheaply get us all detected. Go, then, and bear your gold to Pluto. Aesop, Roman 14, the cat and the fox. The cat and fox, when saints were all the rage together, went on pilgrimage. Arch hypocrites and swindlers, they by sleight of face and sleight of paw, regardless both of right and law, contrived expenses to repay, by eating many a fowl and cheese, and other tricks as bad as these. Disputing served them to beguile the road of many a weary mile. Disputing. But for this resort, the world would go to sleep, in short. Our pilgrims, as a thing of course, disputed till their throats were hoarse. Then, dropping to a lower tone, they talked of this and talked of that, till Renard whispered to the cat, "You think yourself a knowing one, how many cunning tricks have you? For I've 100, old and new, already in my haversack." The cat replied, "I do not lack though with but one provided, and truth to honor, for that matter, I hold it than 1,000 better." In fresh dispute they cited, and loudly were they at it, when approached a mob of dogs and men. "Now," said the cat, "your tricks ransack, and put your cunning brains to rack one life to save. I'll show you mine a trick, you see, for saving 9. With that she climbed a lofty pine. The fox his 100 ruses tried, and yet no safety found. 100 times he falsified the nose of every hound, was here and there and everywhere, above and underground, but yet to stop he did not dare. Pent in a hole, it was no joke to meet the terriers or the smoke. So, leaping into upper air, he met 2 dogs that choked him there. Expedients may be too many, consuming time to choose and try. On one, but that as good as any, 'tis best in danger to rely. Roman 15, the husband, the wife, and the thief. A man that loved and loved his wife, still led an almost joyless life. No tender look, nor gracious word, nor smile, that coming from a bride its object would have deified, ere told her doting lord the love with which he burned was in its kind returned. Still unrepining at his lot, this man, thus tied in Hymen's knot, thanked God for all the good he got. But why? If love doth fail to season whatever pleasures Hymen gives, I'm sure I cannot see the reason why won for him the happier lives. However, since his wife had ne'er caressed him in her life, he made complaint of it one night. The entrance of a thief cut short his tale of grief, and gave the lady such a fright, she shrunk from dreaded harms within her husband's arms. "Good thief," cried he, "this joy so sweet, I owe to thee, now take, as thy reward of all that owns me, lord, whatever suits thee save my spouse, I, if thou pleasest, take the house." As thieves are not remarkably o'erstocked with modesty, this fellow made quite free. From this account it doth appear, the passions all are ruled by fear. Aversion may be conquered by it, and even love may not defy it. But still some cases there have been where love hath ruled the roast, I ween, that lover, witness highly bred, who burnt his house above his head, and all to clasp a certain dame and bear her harmless through the flame. This transport through the fire, I own, I much admire, and for a Spanish soul, reputed coolish, I think it grander even than 'twas foolish. Bid pay, 'twas foolish. La Fontaine here refers to the adventure of the Spanish Count Villa Medina with Elizabeth of France, wife of Philip Roman IV. of Spain. The former, having invited the Spanish court to a splendid entertainment in his palace, had it set on fire, that he might personally rescue the said lady from its flames. Translator. Romans 16, the treasure and the two men. A man whose credit failed, and what was worse, who lodged the devil in his purse, that is to say, lodged nothing there, by self-suspension in the air concluded his accounts to square, since, should he not, he understood from various tokens, famine would aid death for which no mortal wight had ever any appetite. A ruin, crowned with ivy green, was of his tragedy the scene. His hangman's noose he duly tied, and then to drive a nail he tried. But by his blows the wall gave way, now tremulous and old, disclosing to the light of day a sum of hidden gold. He clutched it up and left despair to struggle with his halter there. Nor did the much delighted man stop to count it as he ran. But while he went, the owner came, who loved it with a secret flame, too much indeed for kissing, and found his money missing. "Oh heavens!" he cried, "shall I such riches lose and still not die? Shall I not hang, as I, in fact, might justly do if cord I lacked? But now, without expense, I can, this cord here only lacks a man." The saving was no saving clause, it suffered not his heart to falter, until it reached his final pause as full possessor of the halter. 'Tis thus the miser often grieves, woe the benefit receives of what he owns, he never must mere treasurer for thieves, or relatives, or dust. But what say we about the trade in this affair by fortune made? Why, what but that it was just like her, in freaks like this delighteth she. The shorter any turn may be, the better it is sure to strike her. It fills that goddess full of glee a self-suspended man to see, and that it does especially, when made so unexpectedly. The story of this fable has been traced to the epigrams of Ausonius, who was born at Bordeaux, and lived in the 4th century. Romans 17, the monkey and the cat. Sly Bertrand and Ratto and company sat. The one was a monkey, the other a cat. Co-servants and lodgers, more mischievous codgers ne'er messed from a platter, since platters were flat. Was anything wrong in the house or about it? The neighbors were blameless, no mortal could doubt it. For Bertrand was thievish, and Ratto so nice, more attentive to cheese than he was to the mice. One day the two plunderers sat by the fire, where chestnuts were roasting, with looks of desire. To steal them would be a right noble affair. A double inducement our heroes drew there. 'Twould benefit them, could they swallow their fill, and then 'twould occasion to somebody ill. Said Bertrand to Ratto, "My brother, today exhibit your powers in a masterly way, and take me these chestnuts, I pray. Which were I but otherwise fitted, as I am ingeniously witted, for pulling things out of the flame, would stand but a pitiful game." "'Tis done," replied Ratto, all prompt to obey, and thrust out his paw in a delicate way. First giving the ashes a scratch, he opened the coveted batch, then lightly and quickly impinging, he drew out, in spite of the singeing one after another, the chestnuts at last, while Bertrand contrived to devour them as fast. A servant girl enters. "Adieu to the fun. Our Ratto was hardly contented," says one. "No more are the princes, by flattery paid for furnishing help in a different trade, and burning their fingers to bring more power to some mightier king." For Madame de Sévigne's opinion of this fable, see the translator's preface. Roman 18, the kite and the nightingale. A noted thief, the kite, had set a neighborhood in fright and raised the clamorous noise of all the village boys, when by misfortune sad to say a nightingale fell in his way. Spring's herald begged him not to eat a bird for music not for meat. "Oh spare," cried she, "and I'll relate the crime of Tereus and his fate." "What's Tereus? Is it food for kites?" "No, but a king of female rights the villain's spoiler, whom I taught a lesson with repentance fraught. And should it please you not to kill, my song about his fall your very heart shall thrill, as it indeed does all," replied the kite. "A pretty thing, when I am faint and famishing, to let you go and hear you sing? Ah, but I entertain the king. Well, when he takes you, let him hear your tale, full wonderful, no doubt for me, a kite I'll go without. An empty stomach hath no ear." Abstemious, also Aesop. What's Tereus? See story of Tereus, Philomela, and Progny. In Ovid's Metamorphoses see also Fable Roman 15, Book 3, and note, "An empty stomach hath no ear." Cato the censor said in one of his speeches to the Romans who were clamoring for a distribution of corn, "It is a difficult task, my fellow citizens, to speak to the belly because it hath no ears." Plutarch's Life of Cato, Langhorne's ed. The belly has no ears, nor is it to be filled with fair words. Rabelais, Book 4, ch. 63. Roman 19, the shepherd and his flock. "What, shall I lose them one by one, this stupid coward throng? And never shall the wolf have done, they were at least 1,000 strong, but still they've let poor Robin fall a prey. Ah, woe's the day, poor Robin whether lying dead. He followed for a bit of bread his master through the crowded city, and would have followed had he led around the world. Oh, what a pity my pipe and even step he knew, to meet me when I came, he flew in hedgerow shade we napped together, alas, alas, my Robin weather." When Willie thus had duly said his eulogy upon the dead, and unto everlasting fame consigned poor Robin Weather's name, he then harangued the flock at large, from proud old chieftain rams down to the smallest lambs, addressing them this weighty charge against the wolf as one, to stand in firm, united, fearless band, by which they might expel him from their land. Upon their faith they would not flinch, they promised him, a single inch. "We'll choke," said they, "the murderous glutton who robbed of us of our Robin Mutt." Their lives they pledged against the beast, and Willie gave them all a feast. But evil fate, than Phoebus faster, ere night had brought a new disaster, a wolf there came. By nature's law, the total flock were prompt to run, and yet 'twas not the wolf they saw, but shadow of him from the setting sun. Harangue a craven soldiery, what heroes they will seem to be. But let them snuff the smoke of battle, or even hear the ramrods rattle, adieu to all their spunk and mettle. Your own example will be vain, and exhortations to retain the timid cattle. Abstemious, Robin Rabelais in his Pantagruel, Book 4, ch. 4, has Robin, Robin Mouton, and c. Book 10. I the Two Rats, the Fox and the Egg. Address to Madame de la Sablière. You Iris, 'twere an easy task to praise, but you refuse the incense of my lays. In this you are unlike all other mortals, who welcome all the praise that seeks their portals, not one who is not soothed by sound so sweet. For me to blame this humor were not meet, by gods and mortals shared in common, and in the main by lovely woman. That drink, so vaunted by the rhyming trade, that cheers the god who deals the thunderblow, and oft intoxicates the gods below, the nectar, Iris, is of praises made. You taste it not, but in its place, wit, science, even trifles grace your bill of fare. But for that matter, the world will not believe the latter. Well, leave the world in unbelief. Still science, trifles, fancies light as air, I hold, should mingle in a bill of fare, each giving each its due relief as, where the gifts of flora fall, on different flowers we see alight the busy bee, educing sweet from all. Thus much premised, don't think it strange, or aught beyond my muse's range, if e'en my fables should enfold among their nameless trumpery the traits of a philosophy far famed as subtle, charming, bold. They call it Knew the Men of Wit, perhaps you have not heard of it. My verse will tell you what it means. They say that beasts are mere machines, that in their doings everything is done by virtue of a spring no sense, no soul, nor notion, but matter merely set in motion, just such the watch in kind, which joggeth on to purpose blind. Now ope and red within its breast the place of soul is by its wheels possessed. One moves a second, that a third, till finally its sound is heard. And now the beast, our sages say, is moved precisely in this way an object strikes it in a certain place. The spot thus struck, without a moment's space, to neighboring parts the news conveys, thus sense receives it through the chain and takes impression how. Explain, not I they say, by sheer necessity from will as well as passion free. The animal is found the thrall of movements which the vulgar call joy, sadness, pleasure, pain, and love the cause extrinsic and above. Believe it not. What's this I hold? Why, sooth, it is a watch of gold its life, the mere unbending of a spring, and we are quite a different thing. Hear how Descartes, whom all applaud, whom pagans would have made a god, who holds, in fact, the middle place twixt ours and the celestial race, about as does the plodding ass from man to oyster as you pass here how this author states the case. Of all the tribes to being brought by our Creator out of naught, I only have the gift of thought. Now, Iris, you will recollect we were by older science taught that when brutes think, they don't reflect. Descartes proceeds beyond the wall, and says they do not think at all. This you believe with ease, and so could I, if I should please. Still in the forest, when from morn till midday, sounds of dog and horn have terrified the stag forlorn when he has doubled forth and back, and labored to confound his track, till tired and spent with efforts vain an ancient stag, of antlers 10, he puts a younger in his place, all fresh, to weary out the chase. What thoughts for one that merely grazes? The doublings, turnings, windings, mazes, the substituting fresher bait, were worthy of a man of state, and worthy of a better fate. To yield to rascal dogs his breath is all the honor of his death. And when the partridge danger spies, before her brood have strength to rise, she wisely counterfeits a wound, and drags her wing upon the ground thus from her home, beside some ancient log safe drawing off the sportsman and his dog. And while the latter seems to seize her, the victim of an easy chase, "Your teeth are not for such as me, sir," she cries, and flies, and laughs the former in his face. Far north, 'tis said, the people live in customs nearly primitive, that is to say, are bound in ignorance profound. I mean the people human, for animals are dwelling there with skill such buildings to prepare as could on earth but few men. Firm laid across the torrent's course, their work withstands its mighty force, so damming it from shore to shore that, gliding smoothly o'er, in even sheets the waters pour. Their work, as it proceeds, they grade and bevel, or bring it up to plumb or level, first lay their logs, and then with mortar smear as if directed by an engineer. Each labors for the public good, the old command, the youthful brood cut down and shape and place the wood. Compared with theirs, e'en Plato's model state were but the work of some apprentice pate. Such are the beaver folks, who know enough to house themselves from snow and bridge, though they can swim the pools. Meanwhile, our kinsmen are such fools, in spite of their example, they dwell in huts less ample, and cross the streams by swimming, however cold and brimming. Now that the skillful beaver is but a body void of spirit, from whomsoever I might hear it, I would believe it never. But I go farther in the case. Pray listen while I tell a thing which lately fell from one of truly royal race. A prince beloved by victory, The North's defender here shall be my voucher and your guarantee, whose mighty name alone commands the Sultan's throne, the king whom Poland calls her own. This king declares, kings cannot lie, we hear, that on his own frontier some animals there are engaged in ceaseless war. From age to age the quarrel runs, transmitted down from sires to sons. These beasts, he says, are to the fox akin, and with more skill no war hath been by highest military powers, conducted in this age of ours guards, piquets, scouts and spies, an ambuscade that hidden lies, the foe to capture by surprise, and many a shrewd appliance of that pernicious, cursed science. The daughter of the Stygian wave, and mother harsh of heroes brave, those military creatures have. To chant their feats a bard we lack, till death shall give us Homer back. And should he such a wonder do, and, while his hand was in, release old Epicurus' rival too, what would the latter say to facts like these? Why, as I've said, that nature does such things in animals by means of springs, that memory is but corporeal, and that to do the things arrayed so proudly in my story all, the animal but needs her aid. At each return, the object, so to speak, proceeds directly to her store with keenest optics there to seek the image it had traced before, which found, proceeds forthwith to act just as at first it did, in fact, by neither thought nor reason backed. Not so with us, beasts perpendicular, with us kind, heaven is more particular. Self-ruled by independent mind, we're not the sport of objects blind, nor e'en to instinct are consigned. I walk, I talk, I feel the sway of power within this nice machine it cannot but obey. This power, although with matter linked, is comprehended as distinct. Indeed, 'tis comprehended better in truth and essence than is matter, or all our arts it is supreme. But how doth matter understand or hear its sovereign lord's command? Here doth a difficulty seem. I see the tool obey the hand, but then the hand who guideth it, who guides the stars in order fit. Perhaps each mighty world, since from its maker hurled, some angel may have kept in custody. However that may be, a spirit dwells in such as we, it moves our limbs. We feel its mandates now, we see and know it rules, but know not how, nor shall we know, indeed, till in the breast of God we read. And, speaking in all verity, Descartes is just as ignorant as we in things beyond a mortal's ken, he knows no more than other men. But Iris, I confess to this, that in the beasts of which I speak such spirit it were vain to seek, for man its only temple is. Yet beasts must have a place beneath our godlike race, which no mere plant requires, although the plant respires. But what shall one reply to what I next shall certify? 2 rats in foraging fell on an egg, for gentry such as they genteel dinner every way, they needed not to find an ox's leg. Brimful of joy and appetite, they were about to sack the box, so tight without the aid of locks, when suddenly there came in sight a personage Sir Pullet Fox. Sure, luck was never more untoward since fortune was a vixen froward. How should they save their egg and bacon? Their plunder couldn't then be bagged should it in forward pause be taken, or rolled along, or dragged. Each method seemed impossible, and each was then of danger full. Necessity, ingenious mother, brought forth what helped them from their pother. As still there was a chance to save their prey. The sponger yet some 100 yards away, one seized the egg and turned upon his back, and then, in spite of many a thump and thwack, that would have torn, perhaps, a coat of mail, the other dragged him by the tail. Who dares the inference to blink, that beasts possess wherewith to think? Were I commissioned to bestow this power on creatures here below, the beasts should have as much of mind as infants of the human kind. Think not the latter. From their birth it hence appears, there are on earth that have the simple power of thought, where reason hath no knowledge wrought. And on this wise an equal power I'd yield to all the various tenants of the field, not reason such as in ourselves we find, but something more than any mainspring blind. A speck of matter I would subtilize almost beyond the reach of mental eyes, an atom's essence, one might say, an extract of a solar ray, more quick and pungent than a flame of fire. For if of flame the wood is sire, cannot the flame, itself refined, give some idea of the mind? Comes not the purest gold from lead, as we are told, to feel and choose, my work should soar unthinking judgment nothing more. No monkey of my manufacture should argue from his sense or fact, sure, but my allotment to mankind should be of very different mind. We men should share in double measure, or rather have a twofold treasure, the one the soul, the same in all that bear the name of animal the sages, dunces, great and small, that tenant this our teeming ball, the other still another soul, which should to mortals here belong in common with the angel throng, which, made an independent whole, could pierce the skies to worlds of light within a point have room to be, its life a morn, sans noon or night. Exempt from all destructive change a thing as real as it is strange. In infancy, this child of day should glimmer but a feeble ray. Its earthly organs stronger grown, the beam of reason, brightly thrown, should pierce the darkness, thick and gross, that holds the other prison close. Madame de la Sablière, see the following note, also the translator's preface. Perhaps you have not heard of it. Madame de la Sablière was one of the most learned women of the age in which she lived, and knew more of the philosophy of Descartes, in which she was a believer, than our poet. But she dreaded the reputation of a blue-stocking, and for this reason La Fontaine addresses her as if she might be ignorant of the Cartesian theory translator. Molière's Femme Savante, the object of which was to ridicule the French blue-stockings, had been only recently produced upon the stage, 1672, hence Madame de la Sablière's fears and La Fontaine's delicate forbearance. Beasts are mere machines. At this time the discussion as to the mind in animals was very rife in the salons of Paris. Madame de Sévigné often alludes to it in her letters. La Fontaine further contends against the mere machine theory in Fable Roman 9, Book 11. One of truly royal race, John Sobieski, translator. At the time this was written, Sobieski's great victory over the Turks at Choksim, 1673, was resounding throughout Europe and had made him King of Poland, 1674. Sobieski had previously been a frequent visitor at the house of Madame de la Sablière, where La Fontaine had often met him. Sobieski is again alluded to as a guest of Madame de la Sablière in Fable Roman 15, Book 12. Old Epicurus, rival Descartes translator. Roman 2, The Man and the Adder. "You villain," cried a man who found an adder coiled upon the ground, "to do a very grateful deed for all the world, I shall proceed." On this the animal perverse, I mean the snake, pray don't mistake the human for the worse, was caught and bagged, and worst of all, his blood was by his captor to be spilt without regard to innocence or guilt. Howe'er, to show the why, these words let fall his judge and jailer, proud and tall. "Thou type of all ingratitude, all charity to hearts like thine is folly, certain to be rude. Die then, thou foe of men? Thy temper and thy teeth malign shall never hurt a hair of mine." The muffled serpent on his side, the best a serpent could, replied, "If all this world's ingrates must meet with such a death, who from this worst of fates could save his breath? Upon thyself thy law recoils. I throw myself upon thy broils, thy graceless revelling on spoils. If thou but homeward cast an eye, thy deeds all mine will justify. But strike, my life is in thy hand, thy justice, all may understand, is but thy interest, pleasure, or caprice. Pronounce my sentence on such laws as these. But give me leave to tell thee, while I can, the type of all ingratitude is man." By such a lecture somewhat foiled, the other back a step recoiled, and finally replied, "Thy reasons are abusive and wholly inconclusive. I might the case decide, because to me such right belongs, but let's refer the case of wrongs." The snake agreed, they to a cow referred it, who being called came graciously and heard it, then summing up, "What need," said she, "in such a case, to call on me? The adder's right, plain truth to bellow, for years I've nursed this haughty fellow, who but for me had long ago been lodging with the shades below. For him my milk has had to flow, my calves at tender age to die, and for this best of wealth and often re-established health, what pay or even thanks have I, here, feeble, old, and worn, alas, I'm left without a bite of grass. Were I but left, it might be weathered, but shame to say it, I am tethered. And now my fate is surely sadder than if my master were an adder, with brains within the latitude of such immense ingratitude. This, gentles, is my honest view, and so I bid you both adieu. The man, confounded and astonished to be so faithfully admonished, replied, What fools to listen now to this old, silly, dotard cow? Let's trust the ox. Let's trust, replied the crawling beast, well gratified. So said, so done. The ox, with tardy pace, came on and ruminating o'er the case declared with very serious face, that years of his most painful toil had clothed with Ceres' gifts our soil her gifts to men but always sold to beasts for higher cost than gold. And that for this, for his reward, more blows than thanks returned his lord. And then, when age had chilled his blood, and men would quell the wrath of heaven, out must be poured the vital flood for others' sins, all thankless given. So spake the ox, and then the man. Away with such a dull declaimer instead of judge, it is his plan to play accuser and defamer. A tree was next the arbitrator, and made the wrong of man still greater. It served as refuge from the heat, the showers and storms which madly beat. It grew our garden's greatest pride, its shadow spreading far and wide, and bowed itself with fruit beside. But yet a mercenary clown with cruel iron chopped it down. Behold the recompense for which, year after year, it did enrich with spring's sweet flowers and autumn's fruits and summer's shade, both men and brutes, and warmed the hearth with many a limb which winter from its top did trim. Why could not man have pruned and spared, and with itself for ages shared, much scorning thus to be convinced, the man resolved his cause to gain. Quoth he, my goodness is evinced by hearing this, 'tis very plain. Then flung the serpent bag, and all with fatal force against a wall. So ever is it with the great, with whom the whim doth always run, that heaven all creatures doth create for their behoof beneath the sun, count they 4 feet, or 2, or none. If one should dare the fact dispute, he's straight set down a stupid brute. Now, grant it so such lords among, what should be done, or said, or sung, at distance speak, or hold your tongue. Bid pay. Roman 3, the tortoise and the 2 ducks. A light-brained tortoise, anciently tired of her hole, the world would see. Prone are all such, self-banished, to roam prone are all cripples to abhor their home. 2 ducks, to whom the gossip told the secret of her purpose bold, professed to have the means whereby they could her wishes gratify. Our boundless road, said they, behold, it is the open air, and through it we will bear you safe o'er land and ocean. Republics, kingdoms you will view, and famous cities old and new, and get of customs, laws, a notion of various wisdom various pieces as did indeed the sage Ulysses. The eager tortoise waited not to question what Ulysses got, but closed the bargain on the spot. A nice machine the birds devised to bear their pilgrim through the skies. Athwart her mouth a stick they throw. Now bite it hard, and don't let go, they say, and seize each duck an end, and swiftly flying, upward tend. It made the people gape and stare beyond the expressive power of words to see a tortoise cut the air, exactly poised between 2 birds. A miracle, they cried, is seen, there goes the flying tortoise queen. The queen, 'twas thus the tortoise spoke. I'm truly that without a joke. Much better had she held her tongue for, opening that whereby she clung, before the gazing crowd she fell, and dashed to bits her brittle shell. Imprudence, vanity, and babble, and idle curiosity, and ever undivided rabble, have all the same paternity. Bid pai. Roman 4, the fishes and the cormorant. No pond nor pool within his haunt but paid a certain cormorant its contribution from its fishes, and stocked his kitchen with good dishes. Yet, when old age the bird had chilled, his kitchen was less amply filled. All cormorants, however grey, must die or for themselves purvey. But ours had now become so blind, his finny prey he could not find, and, having neither hook nor net, his appetite was poorly met. What hope with famine thus infested? Necessity, whom history mentions, a famous mother of inventions, the following stratagem suggested. He found upon the water's brink a crab, to which said he, "My friend, a weighty errand let me send, go quicker than a wink down to the fishes sink, and tell them they are doomed to die, for ere 8 days have hastened by, its lord will fish this water dry." The crab, as fast as she could scrabble, went down and told the scaly rabble. What bustling, gathering, agitation! Straight up they send a deputation to wait upon the ancient bird. "Sir Cormorant, whence hast thou heard this dreadful news? And what assurance of it hast thou got? How such a danger can we shun? Pray tell us what is to be done." "Why change your dwelling place?" said he. "What change our dwelling? How can we?" "Oh, by your leave I'll take that care, and one by one in safety bear you all to my retreat, the paths unknown to any feet except my own. A pool, scooped out by nature's hands, amidst the desert rocks and sands, where human traders never come, shall save your people from their doom." The fish republic swallowed all, and coming at the fellow's call were singly borne away to stock a pond beneath a lonely rock. And their good prophet Cormorant, proprietor and bailiff sole, from narrow water, clear and shoal, with ease supplied his daily want, and taught them at their own expense that heads well stored with common sense give no devourer's confidence. Still did the change not hurt their case, since, had they stayed, the human race, successful by pernicious art, would have consumed as large a part. What matters who your flesh devours, of human or of bestial powers? In this respect, or wild or tame, all stomachs seem to me the same. The odds is small, in point of sorrow, of death today or death tomorrow. Bid pai. Vie the barrier and his comrade. A close fist had his money hoarded beyond the room his till afforded, his avarice eye growing ranker, whereby his mind of course grew blanker. He was perplexed to choose a banker, for banker he must have, he thought, or all his heap would come to naught. I fear, said he, if kept at home, and other robbers should not come, it might be equal cause of grief that I had proved myself the thief. The thief is to enjoy one's pelf, to rob or steal it from one's self. My friend, could but my pity reach you, this lesson I would gladly teach you, that wealth is weal no longer than diffuse and part with it you can. Without that power, it is a woe. Would you for age keep back its flow, age buried neath its joyless snow, with pains of getting? Care of got consumes the value, every jot, of gold that one can never spare. To take the load of such a care assistance were not very rare. The earth was that which pleased him best. Dismissing thought of all the rest, he with his friend, his trustiest, a sort of shovel secretary, went forth his hoard to bury. Safe done, a few days afterward, the man must look beneath the sward when, what a mystery! Behold the mine exhausted of its gold. Suspecting, with the best of cause, his friend was privy to his loss, he bade him, in a cautious mood, to come as soon as well he could, for still some other coins he had, which to the rest he wished to add. Expecting thus to get the whole, the friend put back the sum he stole, then came with all dispatch. The other proved an overmatch, resolved at length to save by spending, his practice thus most wisely mending. The total treasure home he carried, no longer hoarded it or buried. Chapfallen was the thief, when gone he saw his prospects and his pawn. From this it may be stated, that knaves with ease are cheated. Abstemious. Romans 6, The Wolf and the Shepherds. A wolf replete with humanity sweet, a trait not much suspected, on his cruel deeds, the fruit of his needs profoundly thus reflected. I'm hated, said he, as joint enemy by hunters, dogs, and clowns. They swear I shall die, and their hue and cry the very thunder drowns. My brethren have fled with price on the head from England's merry land. King Edgar came out, and put them to rout, with many a deadly band. And there's not a squire but blows up the fire by hostile proclamation, nor a human brat dares cry, but that its mother mocks my nation. And all for what? For a sheep with the rot or scabby, mangy ass, or some snarling cur with less meat than fur, on which I've broken fast. Well, henceforth I'll strive that nothing alive shall die to quench my thirst, no lambkin shall fall, nor puppy at all, to glut my maw accursed. With grass I'll appease, or browse on the trees, or die of famine first. What of carcass warm? Is it worth the storm of universal hate? As he spoke these words, the lords of the herds, all seated at their bait, he saw, and observed the meat which was served was naught but roasted lamb. Oh, said the beast, repent of my feast all butcher as I am on these vermin mean, whose guardians eat at a rate quadruple, themselves and their dogs as greedy as hogs, and I a wolf to scruple. Look out for your wool, I'll not be a fool, the very pet I'll eat, the lamb the best looking, without any cooking, I'll strangle from the teat, and swallow the dam as well as the lamb and stop her foolish bleat. Old horny, to rot him, the sire that begot him shall be among my meat. Well-reasoning beast, were we sent to feast on creatures wild and tame, and shall we reduce the beasts to the use of vegetable game? Shall animals not have flesh hook or pot, as in the age of gold, and we claim the right, in the pride of our might themselves to have and hold, O shepherds, that keep your folds full of sheep. The wolf was only wrong because, so to speak, his jaws were too weak to break your palings strong. Founded upon one of Philibert Hegemon's fables. King Edgar put them to rout the English. King Edgar, reign 75, took great pains in hunting and pursuing wolves. And, says Hume, when he found that all that escaped him had taken shelter in the mountains and forests of Wales, he changed the tribute of money imposed on the Welsh princes by Athelstan, his predecessor, into an annual tribute of 300 heads of wolves, which produced such diligence in hunting them that the animal has been no more seen in this island. Hume's England, Volume I, p. 99, Bell's Edit, 1854. Roman 7, the spider and the swallow. O Jupiter, whose fruitful brain, by odd obstetrics freed from pain, bore Pallas, erst my mortal foe, pray listen to my tale of woe. This Progny takes my lawful prey, as through the air she cuts her way and skims the waves in seeming play. My flies she catches from my door, yes, mine I emphasize the word, and but for this accursed bird, my net would hold an ample store, for I have woven it of stuff to hold the strongest strong enough. 'Twas thus, in terms of insolence, complained the fretful spider, once of Pallas' tapestry a weaver, but then a spinster and deceiver, that hoped within her toils to bring of insects all that ply the wing. The sister swift of Philomel, intent on business, prospered well, in spite of the complaining pest. The insects carried to her nest pitiless to suffering flies' mouths gaping eye, to gourmandize of young ones clamoring and stammering with unintelligible cries. The spider, with but head and feet, and powerless to compete with wings so fleet, soon saw herself a prey. The swallow, passing swiftly by, bore web and all away, the spinster dangling in the sky. 2 tables hath our Maker set for all that in this world are met. To seats around the first, the skillful, vigilant, and strong are beckoned. Their hunger and their thirst the rest must quell with leavings at the second. Abstemious, Pallas an allusion to the birth of Pallas, or Minerva grown and armed from the brain of Jove, mortal foe Arachne, whence the spider Araenia has its name, was a woman of Calapho who challenged Pallas to a trial of skill in needlework, and being defeated, hanged herself. She was changed into a spider. Vidi Ovid, Madam, Book 6 and c. Progny, the sister of Philomela, turned into a swallow, as mentioned in note to Fable Roman 15. Book 3. Roman 8, the partridge and the cocks. With a set of uncivil and turbulent cocks, that deserved for their noise to be put in the stocks, a partridge was placed to be reared. Her sex, by politeness revered, made her hope, from a gentry devoted to love, for the courtesy due to the tenderest dove, nay, protection chivalric from knights of the yard. That gentry, however, with little regard for the honors and knighthood wherewith they were decked, and for the strange lady as little respect, her ladyship often most horribly pecked. At first she was greatly afflicted therefore, but when she had noticed these madcaps at war with each other, and dealing far bloodier blows, consoling her own individual woes, entailed by their customs, said she, is the shame, let us pity the simpletons rather than blame. Our Maker creates not all spirits the same, the cocks and the partridges certainly differ, by a nature than laws of civility stiffer. Were the choice to be mine, I would finish my life in society freer from riot and strife. But the lord of this soil has a different plan. His tunnel our race to captivity brings, he throws us with cocks, after clipping our wings. 'Tis little we have to complain of but man. Aesop. Roman 9, the dog whose ears were cropped. What have I done, I'd like to know, to make my master maim me so? A pretty figure I shall cut, from other dogs I'll keep, in kennels shut. Ye kings of beasts, or rather tyrants, ho! Would any beast have served you so? Thus Growler cried, a mastiff young, the man, whom pity never stung, went on to prune him of his ears. Though Growler whined about his losses, he found, before the lapse of years, himself a gainer by the process. For, being by his nature prone to fight his brethren for a bone, he'd oft come back from sad reverse with those appendages the worse. All snarling dogs have ragged ears. The less of hold for teeth of foe, the better will the battle go. When, in a certain place, one fears the chance of being hurt or beat, he fortifies it from defeat. Besides the shortness of his ears, see Growler armed against his likes with gorget full of ugly spikes. A wolf would find it quite a puzzle to get a hold about his muzzle. X the shepherd and the king. Two demons at their pleasure share are being the cause of reason from her homestead fleeing. No heart, but on their altars kindleth flames. If you demand their purposes and names, the one is love, the other is ambition. Of far the greater share this takes possession, for even into love it enters, which I might prove. But now my story centers upon a shepherd clothed with lofty powers. The tale belongs to older times than ours. A king observed a flock wide spread upon the plains, most admirably fed, orping largely as returned the years their shepherd's care by harvests for his shears. Such pleasure in this man the monarch took, thou meritest, said he, to wield a crook or higher flock than this, and my esteem o'er men now makes thee judge supreme. Behold our shepherd, scales in hand, although a hermit and a wolf or two, besides his flock and dogs, were all he knew. Well stocked with sense, all else upon demand would come of course, and did we understand. His neighbor hermit came to him to say, Am I awake? Is this no dream, I pray, you favorite, you great? Beware of kings, their favors are but slippery things dear bought, to mount the heights to which they call is but to court a more illustrious fall. You little know to what this lure beguiles, my friend, I say, beware. The other smiles, the hermit adds, See how the court has marred your wisdom even now. That purblind traveler I seem to see, who, having lost his whip by strange mistake, took for a better one a snake. But while he thanked his stars, brimful of glee outcried a passenger, God shield your breast, why man, for life, throw down that treacherous pest, that snake? It is my whip. A snake, I say, what selfish end could prompt my warning, pray think you to keep your prize? And wherefore not, my whip was worn, I've found another new, this counsel grave from envy springs in you. The stubborn wight would not believe a jot, till warm and lithe the serpent grew, and striking with his venom, slew the man almost upon the spot. And as to you, I dare predict that something worse will soon afflict. Indeed, what worse than death, prophetic hermit? Perhaps the compound heartache I may term it. And never was there truer prophecy, full many a courtier pest, by many a lie contrived, and many a cruel slander, to make the king suspect the judge awry in both ability and candor. Cabals were raised, and dark conspiracies of men that felt aggrieved by his decrees. With wealth of ours he hath a palace built, said they. The king, astonished at his guilt, his ill-got riches asked to see, he found but mediocrity bespeaking strictest honesty, so much for his magnificence. Anon, his plunder was a hoard immense of precious stones that filled an iron box all fast secured by half a score of locks. Himself the coffer oped, and sad surprise befell those manufacturers of lies. The opened lid disclosed no other matters than first, a shepherd's suit in tatters, and then a cap and jacket, pipe and crook and scrip, mayhap with pebbles from the brook. O treasure sweet, said he, that never drew the viper brood of envy's lies on you, I take you back and leave this palace splendid, as some roused sleeper doth a dream that's ended. Forgive me, sire, this exclamation. In mounting up, my fall I had foreseen, yet loved the height too well. For who hath been, of mortal race, devoid of all ambition? Bid pay the hermit, also in Lockman. Zai the fishes, and the shepherd who played the flute. Thrices who for his Annette dear made music with his flute and voice, which might have roused the dead to hear, and in their silent graves rejoice sang once the livelong day, in the flowery month of May, up and down a meadow brook while Annette fished with line and hook. But ne'er a fish would bite, so the shepherdess's bait drew not a fish to its fate from morning dawn till night. the shepherd, who, by his charming songs, had drawn savage beasts to him in throngs, and done with them as he pleased to, thought that he could serve the fish so. "O citizens," he sang, "of this water, leave your naiad in her grot profound, come and see the blue sky's lovely daughter, who 1,000 times more will charm you. Fear not that her prison will harm you, though there you should chance to get bound. 'Tis only to us men she is cruel, you she will treat kindly. A snug little pond she'll find ye, clearer than a crystal jewel, where you may all live and do well, or, if by chance some few should find their fate concealed in the bait, the happier still are you, for envied is the death that's met at the hands of sweet Annette." This eloquence not affecting the object of his wishes, since it failed in collecting the deaf and dumb fishes, his sweet preaching wasted, his honeyed talk untasted. Annette the shepherd seized, and, pouncing with a fell scoop at the scaly fry he caught them. And now, madly flouncing, at the feet of his Annette they lie. O ye shepherds, whose sheep men are to trust in reason never dare. The arts of eloquence sublime are not within your calling, your fish were caught, from oldest time, by dint of nets and hauling. Aesop. Roman 12, the two parrots, the king and his son. Two parrots lived, a sire and son on roastings from a royal fire. Two demigods, a son and sire, these parrots pension for their fun. Time tied the knot of love sincere. The sires grew to each other dear, the sons, in spite of their frivolity, grew comrades boon in joke and jollity. At mess they mated, hot or cool, were fellow scholars at a school. Which did the bird no little honor, since the boy, by king begotten, was a prince. By nature fond of birds, the prince, too, petted a sparrow, which delightfully coquetted. These rivals, both of unripe feather, one day were frolicking together, as oft befalls such little folks. A quarrel followed from their jokes. The sparrow, quite uncircumspect, was by the parrot sadly pecked. With drooping wing and bloody head, his master picked him up for dead, and being quite too wroth to bear it, in heat of passion killed his parrot. When this sad piece of news he heard, distracted was the parent bird. His piercing cries bespoke his pain, but cries and tears were all in vain. The talking bird had left the shore. In short, he, talking now no more, caused such a rage to seize his sire, that, lighting on the prince in ire, he put out both his eyes and fled for safety as was wise. The bird a pine for refuge chose, and to its lofty summit rose. There, in the bosom of the skies, enjoyed his vengeance sweet, and scorned the wrath beneath his feet. Outran the king, and cried in soothing tone, "Return, dear friend. What serves it to bemoan? Hate, vengeance, mourning, let us both omit. For me, it is no more than fit to own, though with an aching heart, the wrong is wholly on our part. Aggressor truly was my son? No, but by fate the deed was done. Ere birth of time, stern destiny had written down the sad decree, that by this sad calamity your child should cease to live, and mine to see. Let both then cease to mourn, and you back to your cage return." "Sire King," replied the bird, "think you that, after such a deed, I ought to trust your word? You speak of fate. By such a heathen creed hope you that I shall be enticed to bleed. But whether fate or providence divine gives law to things below, 'tis writ on high, that on this waving pine, or where wild forests grow, my days I finish safely, far from that which ought your love to mar, and turn it all to hate. Revenge, I know, 's a kingly morsel, and ever hath been part and parcel of this your godlike state. You would forget the cause of grief, Suppose I grant you my belief, 'tis better still to make it true, by keeping out of sight of you. Sire King, my friend, no longer wait for friendship to be healed. But absence is the cure of hate, as tease from love the shield. Bidpai, in Knatchbull's English edition, the fable is titled The King and the Bird, or the emblem of revengeful persons who are unworthy of trust. It is also in the Lockman collection, The Talking Bird and C. Stygia natabat jam frigida simba. Verg, translator. Roman 13, The Lioness and the Bear. The lioness had lost her young. A hunter stole it from the vale. The forests and the mountains rung responsive to her hideous wail. Nor night, nor charms of sweet repose could still the loud lament that rose from that grim forest queen. No animal, as you might think, with such a noise could sleep a wink. A bear presumed to intervene. One word, sweet friend, quoth she, and that is all from me. The young that through your teeth have passed, in file unbroken by a fast, had they nor dam nor sire. They had them both. Then I desire, since all their deaths caused no such grievous riot, while mothers died of grief beneath your fiat, to know why you yourself cannot be quiet. I quiet, I a wretch bereaved, my only son, such anguish be relieved? No, never, all for me below is but a life of tears and woe. But say, why doom yourself to sorrow so? Alas, 'tis destiny that is my foe. Such language, since the mortal fall, has fallen from the lips of all, ye human wretches, give your heed, for your complaints there's little need. Let him who thinks his own the hardest case, some widowed, childless Hecuba behold, herself to toil and shame of slavery sold, and he will own the wealth of heavenly grace. Roman 14, The Two Adventurers and the Talisman. No flowery path to glory leads. This truth no better voucher needs than Hercules, of mighty deeds. Few demigods, the tomes of fable reveal to us as being able such weight of taskwork to endure. In history, I find still fewer. One such, however, here behold a knight by talisman made bold, within the regions of romance, to seek adventures with the lance. There rode a comrade at his ride, and as they rode they both espied this writing on a post. Wouldst see, Sir Valiant Knight, a thing whereof the sight no errant yet can boast. Thou hast this torrent but to ford, and lifting up, alone, the elephant of stone upon its margin shored, upbear it to the mountain's brow round which, aloft before thee now, the misty chaplets wreath not stopping once to breathe. One knight whose nostrils bled, betokening courage fled cried out, what if that current sweep not only rapid be, but deep, and granite-crossed pray, why encumber one's arms with that unwieldy lumber, an elephant of stone? Perhaps the artist may have done his work in such a way that one might lug it twice its length, but then to reach yon mountain top, and that without a breathing stop, were surely past a mortal's strength unless, indeed, it be no bigger than some wee, pygmy, dwarfish figure, which one would head a cane withal, and if to this the case should fall, the adventurer's honor would be small. This posting seems to me a trap, or riddle for some greenish chap, I therefore leave the whole to you. The doubtful reasoner onward hies. With heart resolved, in spite of eyes, the other boldly dashes through, nor depth of flood nor force can stop his onward course. He finds the elephant of stone, he lifts it all alone, without a breathing stop, he bears it to the top of that steep mount, and seeth there a high-walled city, great and fair. Out cried the elephant and hushed, but forth in arms the people rushed. A knight less bold had surely fled, but he, so far from turning back, his course right onward sped, resolved himself to make attack, and die but with the bravest dead. Amazed was he to hear that band proclaim him monarch of their land, and welcome him, in place of one whose death had left a vacant throne. In sooth, he lent a gracious ear, meanwhile expressing modest fear, lest such a load of royal care should be too great for him to bear. And so, exactly, Sixtus said, when first the Pope's tiara pressed his head, though, is it such a grievous thing to be a Pope or be a king? But days were few before they read it, that with but little truth he said it. Blind fortune follows daring blind, oft executes the wisest man, ere yet the wisdom of his mind is tasked his means or end to scan. Bid pay also in Lockman, Sixtus, Pope Sixtus V, who simulated decrepitude to get elected to the papal chair, and when elected threw off all disguise and ruled despotically. Roman 15, The Rabbits. An address to the Duc de la Rochefoucauld. While watching man in all his phases, and seeing that, in many cases, he acts just like the brute creation, I've thought the lord of all these races of no less failings showed the traces than do his lieges in relation, and that, in making it, Dame Nature hath put a spice in every creature from off the self-same spirit stuff, not from the immaterial, but what we call ethereal, refined from matter rough. An illustration pleased to hear. Just on the still frontier of either day or night, or when the Lord of Light reclines his radiant head upon his watery bed, or when he dons the gear to drive a new career, while yet with doubtful sway the hour is ruled, twixt night and day, some border forest tree I climb, and, acting Jove, from height sublime my fatal bolt at will directing, I kill some rabbit unsuspecting. The rest that frolicked on the heath, or browsed the time with dainty teeth, with open eye and watchful ear, behold, all scampering from beneath instinct with mortal fear, all, frightened simply by the sound, hie to their city underground. But soon the danger is forgot, and just as soon the fear lives not. The rabbits, gayer than before, I see beneath my hand once more. Are not mankind well pictured here? By storms asunder driven, they scarcely reach their haven and cast their anchor, ere they tempt the same dread shocks of tempests, waves, and rocks. True rabbits, back they frisk to meet the self-same risk. I add another common case. When dogs pass through a place beyond their customary bounds and meet with others, curs or hounds, imagine what a holiday, the native dogs whose interests center in one great organ termed the venter. The strangers rush at, bite, and bay with cynic pertness, tease and worry, and chase them off their territory. So too do men. Wealth, grandeur, glory, to men of office or profession of every sort in every nation, as tempting are and sweet, as is to dogs the refuse meat. With us it is a general fact, one sees the latest come attacked and plundered to the skin. Coquettes and authors we may view as samples of the sin for woe to belle or writer new, the fewer eaters round the cake, the fewer players for the stake, the surer each oneself to take. 100 facts my truth might test, but shortest works are always best. In this I but pursue the chart laid down by masters of the art, and on the best of themes I hold, the truth should never all be told. Hence, here my sermon ought to close. O thou, to whom my fable owes whate'er it has of solid worth, who, great by modesty as well as birth, haste ever counted praise a pain, whose leave I could so ill obtain that here your name, receiving homage, should save from every sort of damage my slender works which name, well known to nations, and to ancient time, all France delights to own, herself more rich in names sublime than any other earthly clime. Permit me here the world to teach that you have given my simple rhyme the text from which it dares to preach. This fable in the original editions has no other title save an address, and see later editors titled it Les Lapins. Rochefoucauld called, see Fables I, Book 1, also dedicated to the Duke, and the note thereto. Roman 16, the merchant, the noble, the shepherd, and the king's son. 4 voyagers to parts unknown, on shore, not far from naked, thrown by furious waves a merchant, now undone, a noble shepherd and a monarch's son, brought to the lot of Belisarius, their wants supplied on alms precarious. To tell what fates and winds and weather had brought these mortals all together, though from far distant points abscinded, would make my tale long-winded. Suffice to say that, by a fountain met, in council grave these outcasts held debate. The prince enlarged in an oration set upon the misrise that befall the great. The shepherd deemed it best to cast off thought of all misfortune past, and each to do the best he could in efforts for the common weal. Did ever repining mood, he added, a misfortune heal, toil friends will take us back to Rome or make us here as good a home. A shepherd, so to speak. A shepherd? What, as though crowned heads were not, by heaven's appointment fit, the sole receptacles of wit. As though a shepherd could be deeper, in thought or knowledge, than his sheep are, the 3, howe'er, at once approved his plan, wrecked as they were on shores American. I'll teach arithmetic, the merchant said, its rules of course well seated in his head, for monthly pay. The prince replied, and I will teach political economy. And I, the noble said, in heraldry well versed, will open for that branch a school, as if, beyond 1,000 leagues of sea, that senseless jargon could befool. My friends, you talk like men, the shepherd cried. But then the month has 30 days, till they are spent, are we upon your faith to keep full Lent? The hope you give is truly good, but ere it comes we starve for food. Pray tell me if you can divine on what tomorrow we shall dine, or tell me, rather, whence we may obtain a supper for today. This point, if truth should be confessed, is first and vital to the rest. Your science short in this respect, my hands shall cover the defect. This said, the nearest woods he sought, and thence for market faggots brought, whose price that day, and eke the next, relieved the company perplexed, forbidding that, by fasting, they should go to use their talents in the world below. We learn from this adventure's course, there needs but little skill to get a living. Thanks to the gifts of nature's giving, our hands are much the readiest resource. Bidpai and Lockman, Belisarius. Belisarius was a great general, who, having commanded the armies of the emperor and lost the favor of his master, fell to such a point of destitution that he asked alms upon the highways La Fontaine. The touching story of the fall of Belisarius, of which painters and poets have made so much, is entirely false, as may be seen by consulting Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, chapter Roman 43, translator. Book 11. I the Lion. Some time ago, a sultan leopard, by means of many a rich escheat, had many an ox in meadow sweet, and many a stag in forest fleet, and what a savage sort of shepherd! Full many a sheep upon the plains that lay within his wide domains. Not far away one morn there was a lion born, exchanged high compliments of state, as is the custom with the great. The sultan called his vizier Fox, who had a deeper knowledge box, and said to him, "This lion's whelp you dread, what can he do, his father being dead? Our pity rather let him share an orphan so beset with care. The luckiest lion ever known if, letting conquest quite alone, he should have power to keep his own." Sir Renard said and shook his head, "Such orphans, please your majesty, will get no pity out of me. We ought to keep within his favor, or else with all our might endeavor to thrust him out of life and throne, ere yet his claws and teeth are grown, there's not a moment to be lost. His horoscope I've cast, he'll never quarrel to his cost, but then his friendship fast will be to friends of greater worth than any lion's heir on earth. Try then, my liege, to make it ours, or else to check his rising powers." The warning fell in vain. The sultan slept, and beasts and men did so, throughout his whole domain, till lion's whelp became a lion. Then came at once the tocsin cry on, alarm and fluttering consternation. The vizier called to consultation, a sigh escaped him as he said, "Why all this mad excitement now? When hope is fled, no matter how, 1,000 men were useless aid, the more, the worse, since all their power would be our mutton to devour. Appease this lion, soul he doth exceed the helpers all that on us feed, and 3 hath he, that cost him not his courage, strength, and watchful thought. Quick send a wether for his use, if not contented, send him more, yes, add an ox, and see you choose the best our pastures ever bore, thus save the rest." But such advice the sultan spurned as cowardice, and his and many states beside did ills in consequence betide. However fought this world allied, the beast maintained his power and pride. If you must let the lion grow, don't let him live to be your foe. The fable of the young leopard in the Bidpai collection resembles this. Roman 2, the gods wishing to instruct a son of Jupiter. For Monseigneur the Duc du Maine. To Jupiter was born a son, who, conscious of his origin, a godlike spirit had within. To love such age is little prone, yet this celestial boy made love his chief employ and was beloved wherever known. In him both love and reason sprang up before their season. With charming smiles and manners winning, had Flora decked his life's beginning as an Olympian became, whatever lights the tender flame, a heart to take and render bliss, tears, sighs, in short the whole were his. Jove's son, he should of course inherit a higher and a nobler spirit than sons of other deities. It seemed as if by memory's aid, as if a previous life had made experiment and hid it, he plied the lover's hard-learned trade, so perfectly he did it. Still Jupiter would educate in manner fitting to his state. The gods, obedient to his call, assemble in their council hall, when thus the sire. Companionless in soul, thus far the boundless universe I roll, but numerous other offices there are, of which I give to younger gods the care. I'm now forecasting for this cherished child, whose countless altars are already piled, to merit such regard from all below, all things the young immortal ought to know. No sooner had the thundra ended, than each his godlike plan commended, nor did the boy too little yearn his lesson infinite to learn, said fiery Mars. I take the part to make him master of the art whereby so many heroes I have won the honors of the sky. To teach him music be my care, Apollo said, the wise and fair, and mine, that mighty god replied, in the Nemean lion's hide, to teach him to subdue the vices, an envenomed crew, like hydras springing ever new. The foe of weakening luxury, the boy divine will learn from me those rugged paths, so little trod, that lead to glory man and God. Said Cupid, when it came his turn, all things from me the boy may learn. Well spoke the god of love. What feat of Mars, or Hercules, or bright Apollo, lies above wit, winged by a desire to please? This title does not exist in the original editions. It appeared for the first time in the edition of 1709. The original heading to the fable is For Monseigneur and C. To Jupiter was born a son. Jupiter here is Louis Roman 14, and his son is the Duc du Maine, to whom the fable is addressed. The Duke was the son of Louis and Madame de Montespan. He was born at Versailles Inn, and when La Fontaine wrote this address to him, he was about 8 years old, and the pupil of Madame de Maintenon, his mother's successor in the affections of the king. Roman 3, the farmer, the dog, and the fox. The wolf and fox are neighbors strange, I would not build within their range. The fox once eyed with strict regard from day to day a poultry yard, but though a most accomplished cheat, he could not get a fowl to eat. Between the risk and appetite, his rogueship's trouble was not slight. Alas, quoth he, this stupid rabble but mock me with their constant gabble. I go and come, and rack my brains, and get my labor for my pains. Your rustic owner, safe at home, takes all the profits as they come. He sells his capons and his chicks, or keeps them hanging on his hook all dressed and ready for his cook. But I, adept in art and tricks, should I but catch the toughest crower, should be brimful of joy and more. O Jove supreme! Why was I made a master of the fox's trade? By all the higher powers and lower, I swear to rob this chicken grower. Revolving such revenge within, when night had stilled the various din, and poppies seemed to bear full sway o'er man and dog, as locked they lay alike secure in slumber deep, and cocks and hens were fast asleep, upon the populous roost he stole. By negligence a common sin, the farmer left unclosed the hole, and stooping down, the fox went in. The blood of every fowl was spilled, the citadel with murder filled. The dawn disclosed sad sights, I ween, when heaps on slaughtered heaps were seen, all weltering in their mingled gore. With horror stricken as of yore, the sun well nigh shrunk back again to hide beneath the liquid main. Such sight once saw the Trojan plain, when on the fierce Atrides' head Apollo's awful anger fell, and strewed the crimson field with dead of Greeks, scarce one was left to tell the carnage of that night so dread. Such slaughter, too, around his tent, the furious Ajax made, one night, of sheep and goats in easy fight, in anger blindly confident that by his well-directed blows Ulysses fell, or some of those by whose iniquity and lies that wily rival took the prize. The fox, thus having Ajax played, bore off the nicest of the brood, as many pullets as he could, and left the rest, all prostrate laid. The owner found his sole resource his servants and his dog to curse. You useless puppy, better drowned. Why did you not your larum sound? Why did you not the evil shun, quoth Tozer, as you might have done, if you, whose interest was more, could sleep and leave an open door? Think you that I, a dog at best, would watch and lose my precious rest? This pithy speech had been, in truth, good logic in a master's mouth, but coming from a menial's lip, it even lacked the lawyership to save poor Tozer from the whip. O thou who headst a family, an honor never grudged by me, thou art a patriarch unwise to sleep and trust another's eyes. Thyself shouldst go to bed the last, thy doors all seen to, shut and fast. I charge you never let a fox see your special business done by proxy. Abstemious, Atrides, Atreus or Atrides, king of Mycenae and grandfather of Agamemnon. He caused his brother Theists to banquet on the flesh of his own children. After the repast, proceeds the story, the arms and heads of the murdered children were produced to convince Theists of what he had feasted on, and at the deed, the son shrunk back in his course. Roman 4, The Mogul's Dream. Long since a Mogul saw, in dream, a vizier in Elysian bliss. No higher joy could be or seem, or purer than was ever his. Elsewhere was dreamed of by the same a wretched hermit wrapped in flame, whose lot e'en touched, so pained was he the partners of his misery, was Minos mocked. Or had these ghosts, by some mistake, exchanged their posts? Surprise at this the vision broke, the dreamer suddenly awoke. Some mystery suspecting in it, he got a wise one to explain it. Replied the sage interpreter, let not the thing a marvel seem, there is a meaning in your dream. If I have aught of knowledge, sir, it covers counsel from the gods. While tenanting these clay abodes, this vizier sometimes gladly sought the solitude that favors thought, whereas the hermit in his cot had longings for a vizier's lot. To this interpretation dared I add, the love of solitude I would inspire. It satisfies the heart's desire with unencumbered gifts and glad heaven-planted joys, of stingless sweet, aye springing up beneath our feet. O solitude! Whose secret charms I know retreats that I have loved when shall I go to taste, far from a world of din and noise, your shades so fresh, where silence has a voice, when shall their soothing gloom my refuge be? When shall the sacred nine, from courts afar, and cities with all solitude at war, engross and tire, and teach their votary the stealthy movements of the spangled nights, the names and virtues of those errant lights which rule o'er human character and fate, or, if not born to purposes so great, the streams at least shall win my heartfelt thanks, while, in my verse, I paint their flowery banks. Fate shall not weave my life with golden thread, nor, 'neath rich fretwork on a purple bed shall I repose, full late, my careworn head. But will my sleep be less a treasure, less deep thereby and full of pleasure, I vow it, sweet and gentle as the dew, within those deserts sacrifices new. And when the time shall come to yield my breath, without remorse I'll join the ranks of death. The original story of this fable is traced to Saadi, the Persian poet and fabulist who flourished in the 12th century. La Fontaine probably found it in the French edition of Saadi's Gulistan, or The Garden of Flowers, which was published by André du Ryer in 1634. Chief judge in the infernal regions. For some remarks upon this fable, see translator's preface. V. The Lion, the Monkey, and the Two Asses. The lion, for his kingdom's sake, in morals would some lessons take, and therefore called, one summer's day, the monkey, master of the arts, an animal of brilliant parts, to hear what he could say. Great king, the monkey thus began, to reign upon the wisest plan requires a prince to set his zeal, and passion for the public weal, distinctly and quite high above a certain feeling called self-love, the parent of all vices in creatures of all sizes. To will this feeling from one's breast away is not the easy labor of a day, 'tis much to moderate its tyrant sway. By that your majesty august will execute your royal trust from folly free and aught unjust. Give me, replied the king, example of each thing. Each species, said the sage, and I begin with ours, exalts its own peculiar powers above sound reason's gauge. Meanwhile, all other kinds and tribes as fools and blockheads it describes with other compliments as cheap. But on the other hand, the same self-love inspires a beast to heap the highest pyramid of fame for every one that bears his name, because he justly deems such praise the easiest way himself to raise. 'Tis my conclusion in the case, that many a talent here below is but cabal or sheer grimace, the art of seeming things to know an art in which perfection lies more with the ignorant than wise. Two asses tracking, t'other day, of which each in his turn did incense to the other burn, quite in the usual way, I heard one to his comrade say, My lord, do you not find the prince of knaves and fools to be this man, who boasts of mind instructed in his schools? With wit unseemly and profane, he mocks our venerable race on each of his who lacketh brain bestows our ancient surname, ass, and, with abusive tongue portraying, describes our laugh and talk as braying. These bipeds of their folly tell us, while thus pretending to excel us. No, 'tis for you to speak, my friend, and let their orators attend. The braying is their own, but let them be, we understand each other and agree, and that's enough. As for your song, such wonders to its notes belong, the nightingale is put to shame, and Lambert loses half his fame. My lord, the other ass replied, such talents in yourself reside of asses all, the joy and pride. These donkeys, not quite satisfied with scratching thus each other's hide, must needs the cities visit, their fortunes there to raise, by sounding forth the praise each of the other's skill exquisite. Full many, in this age of ours, not only among asses but in the higher classes, Whom heaven hath clothed with higher powers, dared they but do it, would exalt a simple innocence from fault, or virtue common and domestic to excellence majestic. I've said too much, perhaps, but I suppose your majesty the secret won't disclose, since 'twas your majesty's request that I this matter should exemplify. How love of self gives food to ridicule, I've shown. To prove the balance of my rule, that justice is a sufferer thereby a longer time will take. 'Twas thus the monkey spake, but my informant does not state that ere the sage did demonstrate the other point, more delicate. Perhaps he thought none but a fool a lion would too strictly school. This fable is founded upon the Latin proverb asinus asinum fricat. Lambert this was Michael Lambert, master of chamber music to Louis Roman XIV, and brother-in-law to the Grand Monarch's other great music man, J.B. Lully, who was chapel music master. Roman 6, The Wolf and the Fox. Why Aesop gave the palm of cunning, or flying animals and running, to Renard Fox I cannot tell, though I have searched the subject well. Hath not Sir Wolf an equal skill in tricks and artifices shown, when he would do some life an ill, or from his foes defend his own? I think he hath. And void of disrespect, I might perhaps my master contradict. Yet here's a case, in which the borough lodger was palpably, I own, the brightest dodger. One night he spied within a well, where in the fullest moonlight fell, what seemed to him an ample cheese. Two balanced buckets took their turns when drawers thence would fill their urns. Our fox went down in one of these, by hunger greatly pressed to sup, and drew the other empty up. Convinced at once of his mistake, and anxious for his safety's sake, he saw his death was near and sure, unless some other wretch in need the same moon's image should allure to take a bucket, and succeed to his predicament, indeed. 2 days by, and none approached the well, unhalting time, as is his wont was scooping from the moon's full front, and as he scooped Sir Renard's courage fell. His crony wolf of clamorous maw poor fox at last above him saw, and cried, My comrade, look you here, see what abundance of good cheer, a cheese of most delicious zest, which Faunus must himself have pressed of milk by heifer Io given. If Jupiter were sick in heaven, the taste would bring his appetite. I've taken, as you see, a bite, but still for both there is a plenty. Pray take the bucket that I've sent ye, come down and get your share. Although, to make the story fair, the fox had used his utmost care, the wolf, a fool to give him credit, went down because his stomach bid it, and by his weight pulled up Sir Renard to the top. We need not mock this simpleton, for we ourselves such deeds have done. Our faith is prone to lend its ear to aught which we desire or fear. Romans 7, the peasant of the Danube. To judge no man by outside view is good advice, though not quite new. Some time ago a mouse's fright upon this moral shed some light. I have for proof at present, with Aesop and good Socrates, of Danube's banks a certain peasant, whose portrait drawn to life one sees by Mark Aurelius, if you please. The first are well known, far and near. I briefly sketch the other here. The crop upon his fertile chin was anything but soft or thin. Indeed, his person, clothed in hair, might personate an unlicked bear. Beneath his matted brow there lay an eye that squinted every way, a crooked nose and monstrous lips he bore, and goatskin round his trunk he wore, with bulrush belt. And such a man as this was delegate from towns the Danube kisses, when not a nook on earth there lingered by Roman avarice not fingered. Before the Senate thus he spoke: Romans and senators who hear, I first of all the gods invoke, the powers whom mortals justly fear, that from my tongue there may not fall a word which I may need recall. Without their aid there enters not to human hearts of good or just. Whoever leaves the same unsought is prone to violate his trust. The prey of Roman avarice, ourselves are witnesses of this. Rome, by our crimes, our scourge has grown more than by valor of her own. Romans, beware lest heaven some day exact for all our groans the pay, and arming us by just reverse, to do its vengeance, stern but meet, shall pour on you the vassal's curse, and place your necks beneath our feet, and wherefore not? For are you better than hundreds of the tribes diverse who clank the galling Roman fetter? What right gives you the universe? Why come and mar our quiet life? We tilled our acres free from strife. In arts our hands were skilled to toil, as well as o'er the generous soil. What have you taught the Germans, brave, apt scholars? Had but they your appetite for sway, they might, instead of you, enslave, without your inhumanity. That which your praetors perpetrate on us, as subjects of your state, my powers would fail me to relate. Profane their altars and their rites, the pity of your gods our lot excites. Thanks to your representatives, in you they see but shameless thieves, who plunder gods as well as men. By sateless avarice insane, the men that rule our land from this are like the bottomless abyss. To satisfy their lust of gain, both man and nature toil in vain. Recall them. For indeed we will our fields for such no longer, till from all our towns and plains we fly for refuge to our mountains high. We quit our homes and tender wives, to lead with savage beasts our lives, no more to welcome into day a progeny for Rome a prey. And as to those already born poor helpless babes forlorn, we wish them short career in time. Your praetors force us to the crime. Are they our teachers? Call them home, they teach but luxury and vice, lest Germans should their likes become, in fell remorseless avarice. Have we a remedy at Rome? I'll tell you here how matters go. Hath one no present to bestow, no purple for a judge or so, the laws for him are deaf and dumb, their minister has I in store 1,000 hindrances or more. I'm sensible that truths like these are not the things to please. I've done. Let death avenge you here of my complaint, a little too sincere. He said no more, but all admired the thought with which his speech was fired, the eloquence and heart of oak with which the prostrate savage spoke. Indeed, so much were all delighted, as due revenge the man was knighted. The praetors were at once displaced, and better men the office graced. The Senate also, by decree, besought a copy of the speech, which might to future speakers be a model for the use of each. Not long, howe'er, had Rome the sense to entertain such eloquence. La Fontaine got the historical story embodied in this fable from Marcus Aurelius, as he acknowledges, probably through François Cassander's Parallels Historiques, 1676, and the translation from the Spanish of Guevara, titled The Horloge des Princes, which Grise and de Hebere published at Lyon in 1575. Aesop and Socrates are usually represented as very ugly. Roman 8, the old man and the 3 young ones. A man was planting at 80. 3 striplings who their satchels wore, in building, cried. The sense were more, but then to plant young trees at that age. The man is surely in his dotage. Pray, in the name of common sense, what fruit can he expect to gather of all this labor and expense? Why, he must live like Lamech's father. What use for thee, gray-headed man, to load the remnant of thy span with care for days that never can be thine? Self to thought of errors past resign. Long-growing hope and lofty plan leave thou to us to whom such things belong. To you, replied the old man, hale and strong, I dare pronounce you altogether wrong. The settled part of man's estate is very brief and comes full late. To those pale, gaming sisters trine, your lives are stakes as well as mine. While so uncertain is the sequel, our terms of future life are equal, for none can tell who last shall close his eyes upon the glories of these azure skies, nor any moment give us, ere it flies, assurance that another such shall rise. But my descendants, whosoe'er they be, shall owe these cooling fruits and shades to me. Do you acquit yourselves, in wisdom's sight, from ministering to other hearts' delight? Why, boys, this is the fruit I gather now, and sweeter never blushed on bended bough. Of this tomorrow I may take my fill, indeed, I may enjoy its sweetness till I see full many mornings chase the glooms from off the marble of your youthful tombs. The graybeard man was right. One of the 3, embarking foreign lands to sea, was drowned within the very port. In quest of dignity at court, another met his country's foe, and perished by a random blow. The 3rd was killed by falling from a tree which he himself would graft. The 3 were mourned by him of hoary head, who chiseled on each monument on doing good intent the things which we have said. Abstemious. Roman 9, the mice and the owl. Beware of saying, lend an ear, to something marvelous or witty. To disappoint your friends who hear is possible and were a pity. But now a clear exception see, which I maintain a prodigy a thing which with the air of fable is true as is the interest table. A pine was by a woodman felled, which ancient, huge, and hollow tree an owl had for his palace held a bird the fates had kept in fee, interpreter to such as we. Within the caverns of the pine, with other tenants of that mine, were found full many footless mice, but well provisioned, fat, and nice. The bird had bit off all their feet, and fed them there with heaps of wheat. That this owl reasoned, who can doubt? When to the chase he first went out, and home alive the vermin brought, which in his talons he had caught, the nimble creatures ran away. Next time, resolved to make them stay, he cropped their legs, and found with pleasure that he could eat them at his leisure. It were impossible to eat them all at once, did health permit. His foresight, equal to our own in furnishing their food, was shown. Now let Cartesians, if they can, pronounce this owl a mere machine. Could springs originate the plan of maiming mice when taken lean, to fatten for his soup tureen? If reason did no service there, I do not know it anywhere. Observe the course of argument. These vermin are no sooner caught than gone, they must be used as soon. 'Tis evident, but this to all cannot be done. And then for future need I might as well take heed. Hence, while their ribs I lard, I must from their elopement guard. But how a plan complete? I'll clip them of their feet, now, find me in your human schools a better use of logic's tools. Upon your faith, what different art of thought has Aristotle or his followers taught? A bird the fates, and see the owl was the bird of Atropos. the most terrible of the fates, to whom was entrusted the task of cutting the thread of life. La Fontaine, in a note, asserts that the subject of this fable, however marvelous, was a fact which was actually observed. His commentators, however, think the observers must have been in some measure mistaken, and I agree with them, translator. In Fable I, Book 10, La Fontaine also argues that brutes have reasoning faculties. Epilogue. 'Tis thus, by crystal fount, my muse hath sung, translating into heavenly tongue whatever came within my reach, from hosts of beings borrowing nature's speech. Interpreter of tribes diverse, I've made them actors on my motley stage. For in this boundless universe there's none that talketh, simpleton or sage, more eloquent at home than in my verse. If some should find themselves by me the worse, and this my work prove not a model true to that which I at least rough hew, succeeding hands will give the finish due. Ye pets of those sweet sisters 9, complete the task that I resign, the lessons give, which doubtless I've omitted, with wings by these inventions nicely fitted. But you're already more than occupied, for while my muse her harmless work hath plied, all Europe to our sovereign yields, and learns, upon her battlefields, to bow before the noblest plan that ever monarch formed, or man. Thence draw those sisters themes sublime, with power to conquer fate and time. All Europe to our sovereign yields an allusion to the conclusion of the Peace of Nijmegen by Louis Roman XIV. In 1678, Louis to some extent negotiated the treaty of this peace in person, and having bought the support of the English king, Charles Roman II. As shown in the note to Fable Roman 18, Book 7. The terms of the treaty were almost his own. The glory of the achievement procured for Louis the surname of Le Grand. The king's praises upon this account are further sounded by La Fontaine in Fable X, Book 12. With the epilogue to the Zith book, La Fontaine concluded his issue of fables up to 1678-9. The Zith and last book was not added till the year before the poet's death. See translator's preface. Book 12. I, the Companions of Ulysses. To Monseigneur the Duc de Bourgogne. Dear Prince, a special favorite of the skies, pray let my incense from your altars rise. With these her gifts, if rather late my muse, my age and labors must her fault excuse. My spirit wanes, while yours beams on the sight at every moment with augmented light. It does not go it runs it seems to fly, and he from whom it draws its traits so high, in war a hero, burns to do the same. No lack of his that, with victorious force, his giant strides mark not his glory's course. Some god retains, our sovereign I might name, himself no less than conqueror divine, whom one short month made master of the Rhine. It needed then upon the foe to dash, perhaps, today, such generalship were rash. But hush, they say the loves and smiles abhor a speech spun out in miles, and of such deities your court is constantly composed, in short. Not but that other gods, as meet, there hold the highest seat, for, free and lawless as the rest may seem, good sense and reason bear a sway supreme. Consult these last about the case of certain men of Grecian race, who, most unwise and indiscreet, imbibed such draughts of poison sweet, as changed their form and brutified. 10 years the heroes at Ulysses' side had been the sport of wind and tide. At last those powers of water, the sea-worn wanderers bore to that enchanted shore where Circe reigned, Apollo's daughter. She pressed upon their thirsty lips delicious drink, but full of bane, their reason, at the first light sips, laid down the scepter of its reign. Then took their forms and features the lineaments of various creatures. To bears and lions some did pass, or elephants of ponderous mass, while not a few, I ween, in smaller forms were seen, in such, for instance, as the mole. Of all, the sage Ulysses' soul had wit to shun that treacherous bowl. With wisdom and heroic mien, and fine address, he caused the queen to swallow, on her wizard throne, a poison somewhat like her own. A goddess, she to speak her wishes dared, and hence at once her love declared. Ulysses, truly too judicious to lose a moment so propitious, besought that Circe would restore his Greeks the shapes that first they wore. Replied the nymph, but will they take them back? Go make the proffer to the motley pack. Ulysses ran, both glad and sure. That poisonous cup, cried he, hath yet its cure, and here I bring what ends your shame and pain. Will you, dear friends, be men again? Pray speak, for speech is now restored. No, said the lion, and he roared, my head is not so void of brains. Renounce shall I my royal gains? Of claws and teeth to tear my foes to bits, and more than that, I'm king. Am I such gifts away to fling, to be but one of Ithaca's mere cits? In rank and file perhaps I might bear arms. In such a change I see no charms. Ulysses passes to the bear. How changed, my friend, from what you were, how sightly once, how ugly now. Humph, truly how, growled Bruin in his way, how else than as a bear should be, I pray? Who taught your stilted highness to prefer one form to every other, sir? Doth yours possess peculiar powers the merits to decide of ours? With all respect, I shall appeal my case to some sweet beauty of the bearish race. Please pass it by, if you dislike my face. I live content and free from care and, well remembering what we were, I say it, plain and flat. I'll change to no such state as that. Next to the wolf, the princely Greek with flattering hope began to speak. Comrade, I blush, I must confess, to hear a gentle shepherdess complaining to the echoing rocks of that outrageous appetite which drives you, night by night, to prey upon her flocks. You had been proud to guard her fold in your more honest life of old. Pray quit this wolfship, now you can, and leave the woods an honest man. But is there one? The wolf replied. Such man, I own, I never spied. You treat me as a ravenous beast, but what are you? To say the least, you would yourself have eat the sheep which, eat by me, the village weep now. Truly on your faith confess, should I, as man, love flesh the less, why man, not seldom, kills his very brother. What then are you but wolves to one another? Now everything with care to scan, and rogue with rogue to rate, I'd better be a wolf than man, and need not change my state. Thus all did wise Ulysses try, and got from all the same reply, as well from great as small. Wild liberty was dear to all, to follow lawless appetite they counted their supreme delight, all banished from their thought and care the glorious praise of actions fair. Where passion led, they thought their course was free, self-bound, their chains they could not see. Prince, I had wished for you a theme to choose, where I might mingle pleasantry with use, and I should meet with your approving voice, no doubt, if I could make such choice. At last, Ulysses' crew were offered to my view, and there are like them not a few, who may for penalty await your censure and your hate. Duc de Bourgogne Louis Duc de Bourgogne, Burgundy, grandson of Louis Roman XIV. He was the son of Louis de Bourbon, the Dauphin, to whom La Fontaine had dedicated the first collection of his fables. See note, dedication of Book 1. He was born in 1682, and at the time of this dedication was about 12 years of age and the pupil of Fenelon. See translator's preface. In war a Hierolui, the Dauphin, father of the prince addressed. The Dauphin was then in command of the army in Germany. This fable was first printed in the Mercure Galant, December, where it had a few additional lines, which the author cut out on republication in his Zeith book. Roman 2, The Cat and the Two Sparrows. To Monseigneur the Duc de Bourgogne. Contemporary with a sparrow tame there lived a cat. From tenderest age of both, the basket and the cage had household gods the same. The bird's sharp beak full oft provoked the cat, who played in turn, but with a gentle pat, his wee friend sparing with a merry laugh, not punishing his faults by half. In short, he scrupled much the harm, should he with points his feral arm. The sparrow, less discreet than he, with dagger beak made very free. Sir Cat, a person wise and staid, excused the warmth with which he played, for 'tis full half of friendship's art to take no joke in serious part. Familiar since they saw the light, mere habit kept their friendship good, fair play had never turned to fight, till, of their neighborhood, another sparrow came to greet old Ratto grave and saucy Pete. Between the birds a quarrel rose, and Ratto took his side. "A pretty stranger, with such blows to beat our friend," he cried. "A neighbor's sparrow eating ours. Not so by all the feline powers, and quick the stranger he devours. Now, truly," saith Sir Cat, "I know how sparrows taste by that, exquisite, tender, delicate." This thought soon sealed the other's fate. But hence what moral can I bring, for, lacking that important thing a fable lacks its finishing, I seem to see of one some trace, but still its shadow mocks my chase. Yours, Prince, it will not thus abuse, for you such sports, and not my muse. In wit, she and her sisters 8 would fail to match you with a mate. The story of this fable seems to come from a fable by Furetière titled The Dog and the Cat. Antony Furetière was more famous as a lexicographer, and through his angry contention with the French Academy on the subject of his dictionary, than as a poet. He lived between 1620 and 1688. Roman 3, The Miser and the Monkey. A man amassed. The thing we know doth often to a frenzy grow. No thought had he but of his minted gold stuff void of worth when unemployed, I hold. Now that this treasure might the safer be, our miser's dwelling had the sea as guard on every side from every thief. With pleasure, very small in my belief but very great in his, he there upon his hoard bestowed his care. No respite came of everlasting recounting, calculating, casting, for some mistake would always come to mar and spoil the total sum. A monkey there, of goodly size, and then his lord, I think, more wise, some doubloons from the window threw, and rendered thus the count untrue. The padlocked room permitted its owner, when he quitted, to leave his money on the table. One day bethought this monkey wise to make the whole a sacrifice to Neptune on his throne unstable. I could not well award the prize between the monkey's and the miser's pleasure derived from that devoted treasure. With some, Don Bertrand would the honor gain for reasons it were tedious to explain. One day then left alone that animal to mischief prone, coin after coin detached, a gold Jacobus snatched, or Portuguese doubloon, or silver jucatoon, or noble of the English rose, and flung with all his might those discs, which oft excite the strongest wishes mortal ever knows. Had he not heard, at last, the turning of his master's key, the money all had passed the same short road to sea, and not a single coin but had been pitched into the gulf by many a wreck enriched. Now, God preserve full many a financier, whose use of wealth may find its likeness here. The story is traced to the episode in Tristan L. Hermite's romance titled Le Page Disgracie, treating of the monkey and Master Robert. L. Hermite lived 1601–1655. Roman 4, the two goats. Since goats have browsed, by freedom fired, to follow fortune they've aspired. To pasturage they're wont to roam where men are least disposed to come. If any pathless place there be, or cliff, or pendant precipice, 'tis there they cut their capers free. There's naught can stop these dames, I wise. Two goats, thus self-emancipated, the white that on their feet they wore looked back to noble blood of yore. Once quit the lowly meadows, sated, and sought the hills, as it would seem. In search of luck, by luck they met each other at a mountain stream. As bridge a narrow plank was set, on which, if truth must be confessed, two weasels scarce could go abreast. And then the torrent, foaming white, as down it tumbled from the height, might well those Amazons affright. But maugre such a fearful rapid, both took the bridge, the goats intrepid. I seem to see our Louis Grand and Philip Roman 4. Advance to the Isle of Conference, that lies twixt Spain and France, each sturdy for his glorious land. Thus each of our adventurers goes, till foot to foot and nose to nose, somewhere about the midst they meet, and neither will an inch retreat, for why? They both enjoyed the glory of ancestors in ancient story. The one, a goat of peerless rank, which, browsing on Sicilian bank, the Cyclop gave to Galatea, the other famous Amalthea, the goat that suckled Jupiter, as some historians aver. For want of giving back, in troth, a common fall involved them both. A common accident, no doubt, on fortune's changeful route. This and several others of the fables in the Zeith book are taken from the themes of the Duc de Bourgogne, afterwards published in Robert's Fables Inédites. These themes were the joint composition of Fenelon, his pupil the infant Duc de Bourgogne, and La Fontaine, and were first used in the education of the Duke. Fenelon suggested the story, the pupil put it into prose, and La Fontaine versified it. La Fontaine is eulogistic of the young dukes, Wit in putting these themes into prose in Fable Roman 9, Book 12, Louis Grand Louis Roman 14. See note to Epilogue of Book 11, the Isle of Conference the Pheasants Isle in the river by Dessau, which separates France and Spain. It is called the Isle of Conference on account of several of the conferences, leading to treaties, and sea, between the two countries, having been held there. The Cyclop gave to Galatea, Polyphemus and Galatea, Vidi Theocritus, Idle Roman 11, Amalthea. Another story is that Amalthea was not a goat, but a nymph of Crete, who fed the infant Jupiter with goat's milk. In the original, the last lines differ from those in the version of La Fontaine's Ouvres Posthumes, published in 1696, the year after the poet's death. Indeed, variations of text are common to most of the fables of the Zieth book, on making the same comparison, viz. Of the first edition, 1694, and the edition in the Ouvres Posthumes. V. The Old Cat and the Young Mouse. To Monseigneur, the Duc de Bourgogne, who had requested of M. de La Fontaine a fable which should be called The Cat and the Mouse. To please a youthful prince, whom fame a temple in my writings vows, what fable answers to the name, The Cat and Mouse? Shall I in verse the fair present, with softest look but hard intent, who serves the hearts her charms entice as does the cat its captive mice, or make my subject fortune's sport? She treats the friends that make her court, and follow closest her advice, as treats the cat the silly mice. Shall I for theme a king select whose soul, of all her favorites, commands the goddess's respect, for whom she from her wheel alights? Who, never stayed by foes a trice, whene'er they block his way, can with the strongest play as doth the cat with mice, insensibly, while casting thus about, quite anxious for my subject's sake. A theme I meet, and if I don't mistake shall spoil it too by spinning out. The prince will treat my muse for that, as mice are treated by the cat. A young and inexperienced mouse had faith to try a veteran cat, ram an agribus, death to rat, and scourge of vermin through the house, appealing to his clemency with reasons sound and fair. Pray let me live. A mouse like me it were not much to spare. Am I in such a family a burden? Would my largest wish our wealthy host impoverish? A grain of wheat will make my meal, a nut will fat me like a seal. I'm lean at present, please to wait, and for your heirs reserve my fate. The captive mouse thus spake. Replied the captor, you mistake, to me shall such a thing be said, address the deaf. Address the dead, a cat to pardon old one too, why, such a thing I never knew, thou victim of my paw, by well-established law die as a mouseling should, and beg the sisterhood who ply the thread and shears to lend thy speech their ears, some other like repast my heirs may find or fast. He ceased. The moral's plain, youth always hopes its ends to gain, believes all spirits like its own, old age is not to mercy prone. The story is from Abstemius. Roman 6. The sick stag. A stag, where stags abounded, fell sick and was surrounded forthwith by comrades kind, all pressing to assist or see their friend at least, and ease his anxious mind and irksome multitude. Ah, sirs! The sick was fain to cry, "Pray leave me here to die, as others do in solitude. Pray let your kind attention cease, till death my spirit shall release." But comforters are not so sent, on duty sad full long intent, when heaven pleased they went, but not without a friendly glass. That is to say, they cropped the grass and leaves which in that quarter grew, from which the sick his pittance drew. By kindness thus compelled to fast, he died for want of food at last. The men take off no trifling dole who heal the body or the soul. Alas the times! Do what we will, they have their payment, cure or kill. The gazelle, in Lachmann's Fables. Roman 7. The bat, the bush, and the duck. A bush, duck, and bat, having found that in trade, confined to their country, small profits were made, into partnership entered to traffic abroad, their purse, held in common, well guarded from fraud. Their factors and agents, these trading allies employed where they needed, as cautious as wise, their journals and ledgers, exact and discreet, recorded by items, expense, and receipt. All throve, till an argosy, on its way home, with a cargo worth more than their capital sum, in attempting to pass through a dangerous strait, went down with its passengers, sailors, and freight, to enrich those enormous and miserly stores, from Tartarus distant but very few doors. Regret was a thing which the firm could but feel. Regret was the thing they were slow to reveal, for the least of a merchant well knows that the wheel of his credit requires him his loss to conceal. But that which our trio unluckily suffered allowed no repair, and of course was discovered. No money nor credit. 'Twas plain to be seen their heads were now threatened with bonnets of green, and, the facts of the case being everywhere known, no mortal would open his purse with a loan. Debts, bailiffs, and lawsuits and creditors gruff, at the crack of day knocking. Importunity shocking. Our trio kept busy enough. The bush, ever ready and on the alert, now caught all the people it could by the skirt. "Pray, sir, be so good as to tell, if you please, if you know whereabout the old villainesses have hid all our goods which they stole other night." The diver, to seek them, went down out of sight. The bat didn't venture abroad in the day, and thus of the bailiffs kept out of the way. Full many insolvents, not bats, to hide so, nor bushes, nor divers I happen to know, but even grand saignas, quite free from all cares, by virtue of brass and of private backstairs. Aesop, with bonnets of green such as insolvent debtors were anciently required to wear, in France, after making cession of their effects, in order to escape imprisonment. Translator. The custom also prevailed in Italy. Roman 8, the quarrel of the dogs and cats, and that of the cats and mice. Enthroned by an eternal law hath discord reigned throughout the universe. In proof, I might from this our planet draw 1,000 instances diverse. Within the circle of our view, this queen hath subjects not a few. Beginning with the elements, it is astonishing to see how they have stood, to all intents as wrestlers from eternity. Besides these 4 great potentates, old stubborn earth, fire, flood, and air, how many other smaller states are waging everlasting war? In mansion decked with frieze and column, dwelt dogs and cats in multitudes. Decrees, promulged in manner solemn, had pacified their ancient feuds. Their lord had so arranged their meals and labors, and threatened quarrels with the whip that, living in sweet cousinship, they edified their wondering neighbors. At last, some dainty plate to lick or profitable bone to pick, bestowed by some partiality, broke up the smooth equality. The side neglected were indignant at such a slight malignant. Some writers make the whole dispute begin with favors to a bitch while lying in. What are the cause? The altercation soon grew a perfect conflagration. In hall and kitchen, dog and cat took sides with zeal for this or that. New rules upon the cat side falling produced tremendous caterwauling. Their advocate, against such rules as these, advised recurrence to the old decrees. They searched in vain, for, hidden in a nook, the thievish mice had eaten up the book. Another quarrel, in a trice, made many suffers with the mice. For many a veteran whiskered face, with craft and cunning richly stored, and grudges old against the race, now watched to put them to the sword, nor mourned for this that mansion's lord. Resuming our discourse, we see no creature from opponents free. 'Tis nature's law for earth and sky. 'Twere vain to ask the reason why. God's works are good, I cannot doubt it, and that is all I know about it. I know, however, that the cause which hath our human quarrels brought, 3/4 of the time, is not that will be, is, or ever was. Ye veterans, in state and church, at 80 years, indeed, it seems there still is need to give you lessons with the birch. Roman 9, the wolf and the fox. Whence comes it that there liveth not a man contented with his lot? Here's one who would a soldier be, whom soldiers all with envy see. A fox to be a wolf one side, with disappointments mortified, who knows but that, his wolfship cheap, the wolf himself would be a sheep. I marvel that a prince is able, at 8, to put the thing in fable, while I, beneath my 70 snows, forge out, with toil and time, the same in labored rhyme, less striking than his prose. The traits which in his work we meet, a poet, it must be confessed, could not have half so well expressed. He bears the palm as more complete. 'Tis mine to sing it to the pipe, but I expect that when the sands of time have made my hero ripe, he'll put a trumpet in my hands. My mind but little doth aspire to prophecy, but yet it reads on high, that soon his glorious deeds full many Homers will require, of which this age produces few. But, bidding mysteries adieu, I try my powers upon this fable new. Dear wolf, complained a hungry fox, a lean chick's meat or veteran cock's is all I get by toil or trick, of such a living I am sick, with far less risk you've better cheer, a house you need not venture near, but I must do it, spite of fear. Pray, make me master of your trade, and let me by that means be made the first of all my race that took fat mutton to his larder's hook, your kindness shall not be repented. The wolf quite readily consented. I have a brother, lately dead, go fit his skin to yours, he said. 'Twas done, and then the wolf proceeded. Now mark you well what must be done, the dogs that guard the flock to shun. The fox the lessons strictly heeded. At first he boggled in his dress, but awkwardness grew less and less, till perseverance gave success. His education scarce complete, a flock, his scholarship to greet, came rambling out that way. The new-made wolf his work began, amidst the heedless nibblers ran, and spread a sore dismay. Such terror did Patroclus spread, when on the Trojan camp in town, clad in Achilles' armor dread, he valiantly came down. The matrons, maids, and aged men all hurried to the temples then. The bleeding host now surely thought that 50 wolves were on the spot. Dog, shepherd, sheep all homeward fled, and left a single sheep in pawn, which Reynard seized when they were gone. But ere upon his prize he fed, there crowed a cock near by, and down the scholar threw his prey and gown, that he might run that way the faster, forgetting lessons, prize, and master. How useless is the art of seeming, reality, in every station, is through its cloak at all times gleaming, and bursting out on fit occasion. Young prince, to your unrivaled wit my muse gives credit, as is fit for what she here hath, with the subject, characters, and pith. A prince the infant Duke de Bourgogne. See note to Table Roman 4, Book 12. The context shows that La Fontaine was over 70 when this fable was written. Patroclus in the Trojan War, when Achilles, on his difference with Agamemnon, remained inactive in his tent, Patroclus, his friend, put on Achilles' armor dread, and so caused dire alarm to the Trojans, who thought that Achilles had at last taken the field. X the lobster and her daughter. The wise sometimes, as lobsters do to gain their ends back foremost go, it is the rower's art, and those commanders who mislead their foes do often seem to aim their sight just where they don't intend to smite. My theme, so low, may yet apply to one whose fame is very high, who finds it not the hardest matter a hundred-headed league to scatter. What he will do, what leave undone, are secrets with unbroken seals, till victory the truth reveals. Whatever he would have unknown is sought in vain. Decrees of fate forbid to check, at first, the course which sweeps at last with torrent force. One Jove, as ancient fables state, exceeds 100 gods in weight. So fate and Louis would seem able the universe to draw, bound captive to their law, but come we to our fable. A mother lobster did her daughter chide. For shame, my daughter, can't you go ahead? And how go you yourself? The child replied. Can I be but by your example led? Head foremost should I, singularly, wend while all my race pursue the other end. She spoke with sense. For better or for worse, example has a universal force. To some it opens wisdom's door, but leads to folly many more. Yet, as for backing to one's aim, when properly pursued the art is doubtless good, at least in grim Bellona's game. Aesop also in Avianus, Louis Roman 14. Say the eagle and the magpie. The eagle through the air a queen, and one far different, I ween in temper, language, thought, and mien. The magpie once a prairie crossed. The by-path where they met was drear, and Madge gave up herself for lost. But having dined on ample cheer, the eagle bade her, Never fear, you're welcome to my company, for if the king of gods can be full oft in need of recreation, who rules the world right well may I, who serve him in that high relation, amuse me then before you fly. Our cackler pleased at quickest rate of this, and that began to prate. Not he of whom old Flaccus writes, the most impertinent of wights, or any babbler, for that matter, could more incontinently chatter. At last she offered to make known a better spy had never flown all things, whatever she might see, in travelling from tree to tree. But with her offer little pleased, nay, gathering wrath at being teased for such a purpose, never rove, replied impatient bird of Jove. Adieu, my cackling friend, adieu, my court is not the place for you, heaven keep it free from such a bore. Madge flapped her wings and said no more. 'Tis far less easy than it seems an entrance to the great to gain. The honor oft hath cost extremes of mortal pain. The craft of spies, the tattling art, and looks more gracious than the heart, are odious there. But still, if one would meet success of different parishes, the dress he, like the pie, must wear. Abstemious. Roman 12, the King, the Kite, and the Falconer. To His August Highness, Monseigneur the Prince de Conti. The gods, for that themselves are good, the like in mortal monarchs would. The prime of royal rights is grace, to this e'en sweet revenge gives place. So thinks your highness while your wrath its cradle for its coffin hath. Achilles no such conquest knew in this a hero less than you. That name indeed belongs to none, save those who have, beneath the sun, their 100 generous actions done. The golden age produced such powers, but truly few this age of ours. The men who now the topmost sit, are thanked for crimes which they omit. For you, unharmed by such examples, 1,000 noble deeds are winning temples, wherein Apollo, by the altar fire, shall strike your name upon his golden lyre. The gods await you in their azure dome, one age must serve for this your lower home. One age entire with you would Hymen dwell. Oh, that his sweetest spell for you a destiny may bind by such a period scarce confined. The princess and yourself no less deserve. Her charms as witnesses shall serve, as witnesses, those talents high poured on you by the lavish sky, outshining all pretense of peers throughout your youthful years. A Bourbon seasons grace with wit, to that which gains esteem, in mixture fit, he adds a portion from above, wherewith to waken love. To paint your joy my task is less sublime, I therefore turn aside to rhyme what did a certain bird of prey. A kite, possessor of a nest antique, was caught alive one day. It was the captor's freak that this so rare a bird should on his sovereign be conferred. The kite, presented by the man of chase, with due respect, before the monarch's face, if our account is true, immediately flew and perched upon the royal nose. What? On the nose of majesty, aye, on the consecrated nose did he, had not the king his scepter and his crown? Why, if he had or had not, tweer all one, the royal nose, as if it graced a clown, was seized. The things by courtiers done and said and shrieked, tweer hopeless to relate. The king in silence sate, an outcry from a sovereign king were quite an unbecoming thing. The bird retained the post where he had fastened, no cries nor efforts his departure hastened. His master called, as in an agony of pain, presented lure and fist, but all in vain. It seemed as if the cursed bird, with instinct most absurd, in spite of all the noise and blows, would roost upon that sacred nose. The urging off of courtiers, pages, master, but roused his will to cling the faster. At last he quit, as thus the monarch spoke. Give egress hence, imprimis, to this kite, and next to him who aimed at our delight, from each his office we revoke. The one as kite we now discharge, the other as a forester at lar. As in our station it is fit, we do all punishment remit. The court admired. The courtiers praised the deed, in which themselves did but so ill succeed. Few kings had taken such a course. The fowler might have fared far worse. His only crime, as of his kite, consisted in his want of light, about the danger there might be in coming near to royalty. Forsooth, their scope had wholly been within the woods. Was that a sin? By Pilpay, this remarkable affair is placed beside the Ganges flood. No human creature ventures there to shed of animals the blood, the deed not even royalty would dare. Know we, they say both lord and liege, this bird saw not the Trojan siege. Perhaps a hero's part he bore, and there the highest helmet wore. What once he was, he yet may be. Taught by Pythagoras are we that we our forms with animals exchange, were kites or pigeons for a while, then biped plodders on the soil, and then as volatile, again the liquid air we range. Now since two versions of this tale exist, I'll give the other if you list. A certain falconer had caught a kite, and for his sovereign thought the bird a present rich and rare. It may be once a century such game is taken from the air, for 'tis the pink of falconry. The captor pierced the courtier crowd, with zeal and sweat, as if for life of such a princely present proud. His hopes of fortune sprang full rife. When, slap, the savage made him feel his talons, newly armed with steel, by perching on his nasal member, as if it had been senseless timber. Shrieked the wight, but peals of laughter which threatened ceiling, roof, and rafter from courtier, page, and monarch broke. Who had not laughed at such a joke from me? So prone am I to such a sin, an empire had not held me in. I dare not say that, had the Pope been there, he would have joined the laugh sonorous, but sad the king, I hold, who should not dare to lead for such a cause in such a chorus. The gods are laughers. Spite of ebon brows, Jove joints the laugh which he allows. As history saith, the thunderer's laugh went up when limping Vulcan served the nectar cup. Whether or not immortals here are wise, good sense, I think, in my digression lies. For, since the moral's what we have in view, what could the falconer's fate have taught us new? Who does not notice, in the course of things, more foolish falconers than indulgent kings? Bidpai, Prince de Conti. This was Francis Louis, Prince de la Roche-sur-Yon and de Conti, another of La Fontaine's great friends at court. He was born in Paris, 1664, and died in 1709. Would Hymen dwell in allusion to the marriage of the prince with Marita Riza de Bourbon M'Deal, de Blois, the daughter of the king and La Vallière, which took place in 1688. Roman 13, the fox, the flies, and the hedgehog. A fox, old, subtle, vigilant, and sly, by hunters wounded, fallen in the mud, attracted by the traces of his blood that buzzing parasite, the fly. He blamed the gods and wondered why the fates so cruelly should wish to feast the fly on such a costly dish. What? Light on me. Make me its food, me, the nimblest of the wood. How long has fox meat been so good? What serves my tale? Is it a useless weight? Go. Heaven confound thee, greedy reprobate, and suck thy fill from some more vulgar veins. A hedgehog, witnessing his pains, this fretful personage here graces first my page, desired to set him free from such cupidity. My neighbor fox, said he, my quills these rascals shall impale, and ease thy torments without fail. Not for the world, my friend, the fox replied. Pray let them finish their repast, these flies are full. Should they be set aside, new hungrier swarms would finish me at last. Consumers are too common here below, in court and camp, in church and state, we know. Old Aristotle's penetration remarked our fable's application, it might more clearly in our nation. The fuller certain men are fed, the less the public will be bled. Aesop, also Philibert Hegemon, and others. Roman 14, Love and Folly. Love bears a world of mystery, his arrows, quiver, torch, and infancy. 'Tis not a trifling work to sound a sea of science so profound, and hence, explain it all today is not my aim, but in my simple way to show how that blind archer lad, and he a god, came by the loss of sight, and eke what consequence the evil had, or good, perhaps, if named aright. A point I leave the lover to decide, as fittest judge, who hath the matter tried. Together on a certain day, said Love and Folly were at play, the former yet enjoyed his eyes. Dispute arose. Love thought it wise before the council of the gods to go, where both of them by birth held stations, but Folly, in her lack of patience, dealt on his forehead such a blow as sealed his orbs to all the light of heaven. Now Venus claimed that vengeance should be given, and by what force of tears yourselves may guess the woman and the mother sought redress. The gods were deafened with her cries. Jove, Nemesis, the stern assize of Orcus, all the gods, in short, from whom she might the boon extort. The enormous wrong she well portrayed her son a wretched groper made, an ugly staff his steps to aid. For such a crime it would appear no punishment could be severe, the damage, too, must be repaired. The case maturely weighed and cast, the public weal with private squared. Poor Folly was condemned at last, by judgment of the court above, to serve for aye as guide to love. It is thought that La Fontaine owed somewhat of his idea of this fable to one of the poems of Louise Lab, the beautiful rope-maker, as she was called, who lived between 1526 and 1566. This fable was first published in the collection of the works in prose and verse of the seers Macrois and La Fontaine, issued by the joint authors in 1685. See, for M. de Macrois, Note to Fable I. Book 3. Roman 15, the raven, the gazelle, the tortoise, and the rat. To Madame de la Sablière. A temple I reserved you in my rhyme, it might not be completed, but with time. Already its endurance I had grounded upon this charming art, divinely founded, and on the name of that divinity for whom its adoration was to be. These words I should have written o'er its gate to Iris is this palace consecrate, not her who served the queen divine for Juno's self, and he who crowned her bliss, had thought it for their dignity, I wise to bear the messages of mine. Within the dome the apotheoses should greet enraptured sight all heaven, in pomp and order meet, conducting Iris to her seat beneath a canopy of light. The walls would amply serve to paint her life, a matter sweet indeed but little rife in those events, which, ordered by the fates, cause birth or change or overthrow of states. The innermost should hold her image, her features, smiles, attractions there, her art of pleasing without care, her loveliness, that's sure of homage. Some mortals, kneeling at her feet, earth's noblest heroes should be seen, aye, demigods and even gods, I ween. The worshipped of the world thinks meet, sometimes her altar to perfume. Her eyes, so far as that might be, her soul's rich jewel should illume, alas, but how imperfectly, for could a heart that throbbed to bless its friends with boundless tenderness, or could that heaven-descended mind which, in its matchless beauty, joined the strength of man with woman's grace, be given to sculptor to express? O Iris, who canst charm the soul, nay, bind it with supreme control, whom as myself I can but love, nay, not that word. As I'm a man, your court has placed it under ban and will dismiss it. Pray approve my filling up this hasty plan. This sketch has here received a place, a simple anecdote to grace, where friendship shows so sweet a face that in its features you may find somewhat accordant to your mind. Not that the tale may kings beseem, but he who winneth your esteem is not a monarch placed above the need and influence of love, but simple mortal, void of crown, that would for friends his life lay down, than which I know no friendlier act. 4 animals, in league compact, are now to give our noble race a useful lesson in the case. Rat, raven, tortoise, and gazelle, once into firmest friendship fell. 'Twas in a home unknown to man that they their happiness began, but safe from man there's no retreat. Pierce you the loneliest wood, or dive beneath the deepest flood, or mount you where the eagles brood, his secret ambuscade you meet. The light gazelle, in harmless play, amused herself abroad one day, when by mischance her track was found and followed by the baying hound, that barbarous tool of barbarous man, from which far, far away she ran. At mealtime to the others the rat observed, my brothers, how happens it that we are met today but 3? Is Miss Gazelle so little steady, hath she forgotten us already? Out cried the tortoise at the word. Were I, as raven is, a bird, I'd fly this instant from my seat, and learn what accident, and where, hath kept away our sister fair, our sister of the flying feet, for of her heart, dear rat, it were a shame to doubt of that. The raven flew, he spied afar the face he knew, the poor gazelle entangled in a snare, in anguish vainly floundering there. Straight back he turned, and gave the alarm, for to have asked the sufferer now, the why and wherefore, when and how she had incurred so great a harm, and lose in vain debate the turning point of fate. As would the master of a school, he was by no means such a fool. On tidings of so sad a pith, the 3 their counsel held forthwith. By 2, it was the vote to hasten to the spot where lay the poor gazelle. Our friend here in his shell, I think, will do as well to guard the house, the raven said, for with his creeping pace, when would he reach the place not till the deer were dead? Eschewing more debate, they flew to aid their mate, that luckless mountain roe. The tortoise, too, resolved to go. Behold him plodding on behind, and plainly cursing in his mind the fate that left his legs to lack and glued his dwelling to his back. The snare was cut by Rongimail, for so the rat they rightly hail. Conceive their joy yourself you may. Just then the hunter came that way, and who hath filched my prey? Cried he, upon the spot where now his prey was not. A hole hid Rongimail, a tree the bird as well, the woods the free gazelle. The hunter, well nigh mad, to find no inkling could be had, espied the tortoise in his path, and straightway checked his wrath. Why let my courage flag, because my snare has chanced to miss, I'll have a supper out of this, he said, and put it in his bag. And it had paid the forfeit so, had not the raven told the roe, who from her covert came, pretending to be lame. The man, right eager to pursue, aside his wallet threw, which Rongimail took care to serve as he had done the snare, thus putting to an end the hunter's supper on his friend. 'Tis thus sage Pilpay's tale I follow. Were I the ward of golden-haired Apollo, it were, by favor of that god, easy and surely for your sake as long a tale to make as is the Iliad or Odyssey. Grey Rongimail the hero's part should play, though each would be as needful in his way. He of the mansion portable awoke Sir Raven by the words he spoke, to act the spy, and then the swift express. The light gazelle alone had had th, addressed the hunter to engage, and furnish time for Rangimail to do his deed sublime, thus each his part performed. Which wins the prize? The heart, so far as in my judgment lies. Bidpai Madame de la Sablière, see note to Fable I, Book 10, also translator's preface, some mortals kneeling at her feet in allusion to the distinguished company which assembled at the house of Madame de la Sablière. See notes on John Sobieski, King John Roman III, of Poland, and c. Fable I, Book 10, such a foolin allusion to Fable Roman 19. Book 1. This fable was also first published in the works of de La Fontaine, 1685. The text of the later issue is slightly abridged. Romans 16, the woods and the woodmen. A certain woodchopper lost or broke from his axes a bit of oak. The forest must needs be somewhat spared while such a loss was being repaired. Came the man at last, and humbly prayed that the woods would kindly lend to him a moderate lona single limb, whereof might another helve be made, and his axe should elsewhere drive its trade. Oh, the oaks and firs that then might stand, a pride and a joy throughout the land for their ancientness and glorious charms. The innocent forest lent him arms, but bitter indeed was her regret, for the wretch, his axe new-helved and wet, did naught but his benefactress spoil of the finest trees that graced her soil, and ceaselessly was she made to groan, doing penance for that fatal loan. Behold the world stage and its actors where benefits hurt benefactors, a weary theme and full of pain, for where's the shade so cool and sweet, protecting strangers from the heat, but might of such a wrong complain, alas. I vex myself in vain, ingratitude, do what I will, is sure to be the fashion still. First published in 1685, in the works of de La Fontaine, a statement applying also to several of the remaining fables. Roman 17, the fox, the wolf, and the horse. A fox, though young, by no means raw, had seen a horse, the first he ever saw. Ho, neighbor wolf, said he to one quite green, a creature in our meadow I have seen sleek grand. I seem to see him yet the finest beast I ever met. Is he a stouter one than we? The wolf demanded eagerly. Some picture of him let me see. If I could paint, said Fox, I should delight to anticipate your pleasure at the sight, but come, who knows? Perhaps it is a prey by fortune offered in our way. They went. The horse, turned loose to graze, not liking much their looks or ways, was just about to gallop off. Sir, said the fox, your humble servants, we make bold to ask you what your name may be. The horse, an animal with brains enough, replied, Sirs, you yourselves may read my name, my shoer round my heel hath writ the same. The fox excused himself for want of knowledge. Me, sir, my parents did not educate, so poor, a hole was their entire estate. My friend the wolf, however, taught at college, could read it were it even Greek. The wolf, to flattery weak, approached to verify the boast, for which 4 teeth he lost. The high raised hoof came down with such a blow, as laid him bleeding on the ground full low. My brother, said the fox, this shows how just what once was taught me by a fox of wit, which on thy jaws this animal hath writ, all unknown things the wise mistrust. Aesop. Roman 18, The Fox and the Turkeys. Against a robber fox, a tree some turkeys served as citadel. That villain, much provoked to see each standing there as sentinel, cried out, Such witless birds at me stretch out their necks and gobble no by the powers. I'll give them trouble. He verified his words. The moon, that shined full on the oak, seemed then to help the turkey folk. But Fox, in arts of siege well versed, ransacked his bag of tricks accursed. He feigned himself about to climb, walked on his hinder legs sublime, then death most aptly counterfeited, and seemed anon resuscitated. A practiser of wizard arts could not have filled so many parts. In moonlight he contrived to raise his tail and make it seem ablaze, and countless other tricks like that. Meanwhile, no turkey slept or sat. Their constant vigilance at length, as hoped the fox, wore out their strength. Bewildered by the rigs he run, they lost their balance one by one. As Renard slew, he laid aside, till nearly half of them had died, then proudly to his larder bore, and laid them up, an ample store. A foe, by being overheated, has often in his plan succeeded. Roman 19, the ape. There is an ape in Paris, to which was given a wife. Like many a one that marries, this ape in brutal strife soon beat her out of life. Their infant cries perhaps not fed, but cries, I ween, in vain the father laughs. His wife is dead, and he has other loves again, which he will also beat, I think, returned from tavern drowned in drink. For aught that's good, you need not look among the imitative tribe. A monkey be it, or what makes a book the worse, I deem thee aping scribe. Roman 20, the Scythian philosopher. A Scythian philosopher austere, resolved his rigid life somewhat to cheer, performed the tour of Greece, saw many things, but best, a sage one such as Virgil sings, a simple, rustic man that equaled kings from whom the gods would hardly bear the palm like them unawed, content, and calm. His fortune was a little nook of land, and there the Scythian found him, hook in hand, his fruit trees pruning. Here he cropped a barren branch, there slashed and lopped, correcting nature everywhere, who paid with usury his care. Pray, why this wasteful havoc, sir? So spoke the wondering traveler. Can it, I ask, in reason's name, be wise these harmless trees to maim, fling down that instrument of crime, and leave them to the scythe of time? Full soon, unhastened, they will go to deck the banks of streams below. Replied the tranquil gardener, I humbly crave your pardon, sir, excess is all my hook removes, by which the rest more fruitful proves. The philosophically traveler, once more within his country cold, himself of pruning hook laid hold, and made a use most free and bold, prescribed to friends, and counseled neighbors to imitate his pruning labors. The finest limbs he did not spare, but pruned his orchard past all reason, regarding neither time nor season, nor taking of the moon a care. All withered, drooped, and died. This Scythian eye set beside the indiscriminating Stoic. The latter, with a blade heroic, retrenches from his spirit sad, desires and passions, good and bad, not sparing in a harmless wish. Against a tribe so vandalish with earnestness I here protest. They maim our hearts, they stupefy their strongest springs, if not their best, they make us cease to live before we die. Roman 21, the elephant and the ape of Jupiter. Twixt elephant and beast of horned nose about precedence a dispute arose, which they determined to decide by blows. The day was fixed, when came a messenger to say the ape of Jupiter was swiftly earthward seen to bear his bright caduceus through the air. This monkey, named in history Gil, the elephant at once believed a high commission had received to witness, by his sovereign's will, the aforesaid battle fought. Uplifted by the glorious thought, the beast was prompt on Monsieur Gil to wait, but found him slow, in usual forms of state, his high credentials to present. The ape, however, ere he went, bestowed a passing salutation. His Excellency would have heard the subject matter of legation, but not a word, his fight, so far from stirring heaven, the news was not received there, even, what difference sees the impartial sky between an elephant and fly? Our monarch, doting on his object, was forced himself to break the subject. My cousin Jupiter, said he, will shortly, from his throne supreme, a most important combat see for all his court a thrilling theme. What combat? Said the ape with serious face. Is't possible you should not know the case? The elephant exclaimed, not know, dear sir, that Lord Rhinoceros disputes with me precedence of the brutes, that Elephantes is at war with savage hosts of Rhinocer. You know these realms, not void of fame. I joy to learn them now by name, returned Sir Gil, for first or last no lisp of them has ever passed throughout our dome so blue and vast. Abashed, the elephant replied, what came you then to do? Between two emmets to divide a spire of grass in two, we take of all a care and, as to your affair, before the gods, who view with equal eyes the small and great, it hath not chanced to rise. Roman 22, the Fool and the Sage. A fool pursued with club and stone a sage, who said, my friend, well done, receive this guinea for your pains, they well deserve far higher gains, the workman's worthy of his hire, Tease said. There comes a wealthy squire, who hath wherewith thy works to pay, to him direct thy gifts, and they shall gain their proper recompense. Urged by the hope of gain upon the wealthy citizen, the fool repeated the offense. His pay this time was not in gold. Upon the witless man a score of ready footmen ran, and on his back in full his wages told. In courts, such fools afflict the wise, they raise the laugh at your expense. To check their babble, were it sense their folly meetly to chastise, perhaps 'twill take a stronger man, then make them worry one who can. Phaedrus Roman 3, 4 also Aesop. Roman 23, the English fox. To Madame Harvey. Sound reason and a tender heart with thee are friends that never part. 100 traits might swell the roll, suffice to name thy nobleness of soul, thy power to guide both men and things, thy temper open, bland and free. A gift that drawth friends to thee, to which thy firm affection clings, unmarred by age or change of clime, or tempests of this stormy time, all which deserve, in highest lyric, a rich and lofty panegyric. But no such thing wouldst thou desire, whom pomp displeases, praises tire. Hence mine is simple, short, and plain. Yet, madam, I would fain tack on a word or two of homage to your country, due a country well beloved by you. With mine to match the outward case, the English are a thinking race. They pierce all subjects through and through, well armed with facts, they hew their way and give to science boundless sway. Quite free from flattery, I say your countrymen for penetration must bear the palm from every nation, for e'en the dogs they breed excel our own in nicety of smell. Your foxes, too, are cunninger, as readily we may infer from one that practiced, 'tis believed, a stratagem the best conceived. The wretch once in the utmost strait by dogs of nose so delicate, approached a gallows, where a lesson to like passengers, or clothed in feathers or in furs some badgers, owls, and foxes, pendant were their comrade in his pressing need arranged himself among the dead. I seem to see old Hannibal outwit some Roman general, and sit securely in his tent, the legions on some other scent. But certain dogs kept back to tell the errors of the pack, arriving where the traitor hung, a fault in fullest chorus sung. Though by their bark the welkin rung, their master made them hold the tongue, suspecting not a trick so odd, said he, the rogues beneath the sod. My dogs, that never saw such jokes, won't bark beyond these honest folks. The rogue would try the trick again. He did so to his cost and pain. Again with dogs the welkin rings, again our fox from gallows swings. But though he hangs with greater faith, this time he does it to his death. So uniformly is it true, a stratagem is best when new. The hunter had himself been hunted, so apt a trick had not invented, not that his wit had been deficient. With that, it cannot be denied, your English folks are well provisioned, but wanting love of life sufficient, full many an Englishman has died. One word to you, and I must quit my much inviting subject. A long eulogium is a project for which my lyre is all unfit. The song or verse is truly rare, which can its meed of incense bear, and yet amuse the general ear, or wing its way to lands afar. Your prince once told you, I have heard, an able judge, as rumor says, that he one dash of love preferred to all a sheet could hold of praise. Except 'tis all I crave the offering which here my muse has dared to bring her last, perhaps, of earthly acts, she blushes at its sad defects. Still, by your favor of my rhyme, might not the self-same homage please, the while, the dame who fills your northern clime with winged emigrants sublime from Cytherea's isle? By this, you understand, I mean love's guardian goddess, Mazarin. Abstemious, Madame Harvey, an English lady née Montagu, the widow of an officer of Charles Roman II. Of England, who is said to have died at Constantinople. She was a visitor at the English embassy in Paris, and moved in the highest circles generally of that city, a circumstance which enabled La Fontaine to make her acquaintance and secure her as one of his best friends and patrons. She died in 1702, your Prince Charles Roman II. Of England, Cytherea's Isleware Venus was worshipped. Goddess Mazarin, the Duchess de Mazarin, niece to the cardinal. She was at this time in England, where she died at Chelsea in 1699. She married the Duc de la Meilleraye, but it was stipulated that she should adopt the name and arms of Mazarin. Roman 24, The Sun and the Frogs. Long from the monarch of the stars, the daughters of the mud received support and aid. Nor dearth nor wars, meanwhile, their teeming nation grieved. They spread their empire far and wide through every marsh, by every tide. The queens of Swampside mean no more than simply frogs. Great names are cheap, caballed together on the shore, and cursed their patron from the deep, and came to be a perfect bore. Pride, rashness, and ingratitude, the progeny of fortune good, soon brought them to a bitter cry, the end of sleep for earth and sky. Their clamors, if they did not craze, would truly seem enough to raise all living things to mutiny against the power of nature's eye. The sun, according to their croak, was turning all the world to smoke. It now behoved to take alarm and promptly powerful troops to arm. Forthwith in haste, they sent their croaking embassies to all their states they went, and all their colonies. To hear them talk, though all that rides upon this whirling ball, of men and things, was left at stake upon the mud that skirts a lake. The same complaint, in fens and bogs, still ever strains their lungs. And yet these much-complaining frogs had better hold their tongues, for, should the sun in anger rise, and hurl his vengeance from the skies, that kingless, half-aquatic crew their impudence would sorely rue. Phaedrus I 6, Fable Roman 12, Book 6 gives another version of the same story. The sun this fable has reference to the current troubles between France and the Dutch. Louis Roman 14 is the sun. He had adopted the sun as his emblem. Roman 25, The League of the Rats. A mouse was once in mortal fear of a cat that watched her portal near. What could be done in such a case? With prudent care she left the catship, and courted with a humble grace a neighbor of a higher race, whose lordship I should say his ratship lay in a great hotel, and who had boasted oft, tease said, of living wholly without dread. Well, said this braggart, well, Dame Mouse, what should I do? Alone I cannot rout the foe that threatens you. I'll rally all the rats about, and then I'll play him such a trick. The mouse her courts wide dropped, and off the hero scampered quick, nor till he reached the buttery stopped, where scores of rats were clustered, in riotous extravagance, all feasting at the host's expense. To him, arriving there much flustered, indeed, quite out of breath, a rat among the feasters saith, What news? What news? I pray you speak. The rat, recovering breath to squeak, replied, To tell the matter in a trice it is that we must promptly aid the mice, for old Raminagrab is making among their ranks a dreadful quaking. This cat of cats the very devil, when mice are gone, will do us evil. True, true, said each and all. To arms, to arms. They cry and call. Some ratties by their fears were melted e'en to tears. It mattered not a whisk, nor checked the valor brisk. Each took upon his back some cheese and haversack, and roundly swore to risk his carcass in the cause. They marched as to a feast, not flinching in the least. But quite too late, for in his jaws the cat already held the mouse. They rapidly approached the house to save their friend, beyond a doubt. Just then the cat came growling out, the mouse beneath his whiskered nose, and marched along before his foes. At such a voice, our rats discreet, foreboding a defeat, effected, in a style most fleet, a fortunate retreat. Back hurried to his hole each rat, and afterwards took care to shun the cat. Roman 26, Daphnis and Alcimager. An imitation of Theocritus. To Madame de la Messenger. Offspring of her to whom, today, while from thy lovely self away, 1,000 hearts their homage pay, besides the throngs whom friendship binds to please, and some whom love presents thee on their knees. A mandate which I cannot thrust aside between you both impels me to divide some of the incense which the dews distill upon the roses of a sacred hill, and which, by secret of my trade, is sweet and most delicious made. To you, I say. But all to say would task me far beyond my day. I need judiciously to choose, thus husbanding my voice and muse, whose strength and leisure soon would fail. I'll only praise your tender heart, and hail exalted feelings, wit and grace, in which there's none can claim a higher place, excepting her whose praise is your entail. Let not too many thorns forbid to touch these roses, I may call them such if love should ever say as much. By him it will be better said, indeed, and they who his advices will not heed, scourge fearfully will he, as you shall shortly see. A blooming miracle of yore despised his godship's sovereign power, they called her name Alcimager. A haughty creature, fierce and wild she sported, nature's tameless child. Rough paths her wayward feet would lead to darkest glens of mossy trees, or she would dance on daisied mead, with naught of law but her caprice. A fairer could not be, nor crueler than she, still charming in her sternest mien, and when her haughty look debarred, what had she been to lover in the fortress of her kind regard? Daphnis, a high-born shepherd swain, had loved this maiden to his bane, not one regardful look or smile, nor in a gracious word, the while relieved the fierceness of his pain, or wearied with a suit so vain, his hope was but to die, no power had he to fly. He sought, impelled by dark despair, the portals of the cruel fair, alas! The winds his only listeners were. The mistress gave no entrance to the palace where, in great, against her natal day she joined the treasures sweet and gay in garden or in wildwood grown to blooming beauty all her own. I hoped, he cried, before your eyes I should have died. But too deeply I have won your hate, nor should it be surprising news to me that you should now refuse to lighten thus my cruel fate. My sire, when I shall be no more, is charged to lay your feet before the heritage your heart neglected. With this my pasturage shall be connected, my trusty dog, and all that he protected, and, of my goods which then remain, my mourning friends shall rear a fane. There shall your image stand, midst rosy bowers, reviving through the ceaseless hours an altar built of living flowers. Near by my simple monument shall this short epitaph present. Here Daphnis died of love. Stop, passenger, and say thou with a falling tear this youth here fell, unable to endure the ban of proud Alcimager. He would have added, but his heart now felt the last, the fatal dart. Forth marched the maid, in triumph decked, and of his murder little recked. In vain her steps her own attendants checked, and plead that she at least should shed upon her lover dead some tears of due respect. The rosy god, of Cytherea born, she ever treated with the deepest scorn, contemning him, his laws, and means of damage, she drew her train to dance around his image, when, woeful to relate, the statue fell and crushed her with its weight. A voice forth issued from a cloud, an echo bore the words aloud throughout the air widespread. Let all now love the insensible is dead. Meanwhile, down to the Stygian tied the shade of Daphnis hide, and quaked and wondered there to meet the maid, a ghostess, at his feet. All Erebus awakened wide, to hear that beauteous homicide beg pardon of the swain who died for being deaf to love confessed, as was Ulysses to the prayer of Ajax, begging him to spare, or as was Dido's faithless guest. Theocritus, idle Roman 23, Madame de la Messenger. This lady was the daughter of Madame de la Sablière, translator. She was the lady termed La Marquise with whom Fontenelle sustained his imaginary conversation in The Plurality of Worlds, a book which became very popular both in France and England. Dido's faithless guest Aeneas, with whom Dido, according to Virgil and Ovid, was in love, but who loved not and sailed away. Roman 27, the arbiter, the almoner, and the hermit. 3 saints, for their salvation jealous pursued, with hearts alike most zealous, by routes diverse, their common aim, all highways lead to Rome. The same of heaven our rivals deeming true, each chose alone his pathway to pursue, moved by the cares, delays, and crosses attached to suits by legal process. One gave himself as judge, without reward, for earthly fortune having small regard. Since there are laws, to legal strife man damns himself for half his life, for half, 3/4, perhaps the whole. The hope possessed our umpire's soul, that on his plan he should be able to cure this vice detestable. The second chose the hospitals. I give him praise. To solace pain is charity not spent in vain, while men in part are animals. The sick for things went then as now they go gave trouble to the almoner, I trow. Impatient sour, complaining ever as racked by rheum or parched with fever. His favorites are such and such, with them he watches overmuch and lets us die. They say such sore complaints from day to day were not to those that did await the reconciler of debate. His judgment suited neither side, forsooth, in either party's view, he never held the balance true, but swerved in every cause he tried. Discouraged by such speech, the arbiter betook himself to see the almoner. As both received but murmurs for their fees, they both retired in not the best of moods to break their troubles to the silent woods, and hold communion with the ancient trees. There, underneath a rugged mountain, beside a clear and silent fountain, a place revered by winds, to sun unknown, they found the other saint, who lived alone. Forthwith they asked his sage advice. Your own, he answered, must suffice, who but yourselves your wants should know. To know oneself is, here below, the first command of the Supreme. Have you obeyed among the bustling throngs? Such knowledge to tranquility belongs, elsewhere to seek were fallacy extreme. Disturb the water, do you see your face? See we ourselves within a troubled breast, a murky cloud in such a case, though once it were a crystal vase. But, brothers, let it simply rest, and each shall see his features there impressed, for inward thought a desert home is best. Such was the hermit's answer brief, and happily it gained belief. But business still from life must not be stricken, since men will doubtless sue at law, and sicken, physicians there must be, and advocates. Whereof, thank God, no lack the world awaits, while wealth and honors are the well-known baits. Yet, in the stream of common wants when thrown, what busy mortal but forgets his own? Oh, you who give the public all your care, be it as judge or prince or minister, disturbed by countless accidents most sinister, by adverse gales abased, debased by fare, yourself you never see, nor see you ought. Comes there a moment's rest for serious thought, there comes a flatterer too, and brings it all to naught. This lesson seals our varied page. Oh, may it teach from age to age, to kings I give it, to the wise propose, where could my labors better close? This fable was first printed in the Recueil de vers choices du Pays, Bowers, published in 1693, and afterwards given as the last of La Fontaine's Book 12. Venice,